Hey guys, welcome to the Legacy of the Ravens Alliance. It's Friday again. Here with my normal group of rowdy guys and girls.
I'm called delinquents.
Yeah, delinquents is a good description, Jeremy. Um,
Thank you.
hope everything's going good for you guys, and summer's coming on. Hope everybody's safe out there. Um, so we're gonna go ahead and kick off our session. Last session, you guys moved through. Had joined with a battle that had taken place between Poller and Varaskelly. Uh, Forces of Farabear were in a pitched battle with several of the fire cultists. Uh, you guys joined the fray, taking on several of the cultists with their elemental pet. Uh, Fight was pretty hard, but you prevailed as you should. Um, Licked your wounds and moved to, as Liliana had seen, a lone rider moving forward, being Gashok, where he was swarmed against a burning wall of fire. Several of the cultists dragging him off of one of the wards and piling on him. You guys rushed to his aid, as a water elemental also rushed in to try to assist. Uh, Two figures emerged, one through the fire, one through the ground, trying to fight you off as you guys uh, went to pull Gashok from a pile of bodies. Um, the water elemental beyond Unif helped gather her son up, and you guys made a hasty retreat as horns blew. A figure stepped through the fire uh, and was. You were told that he was known by the moniker Shepherd of Fire. You guys returned to the small camp that had been set up. Gashok in bad need of medical attention was provided in a command tent. You learned that many warriors from Fairbear had fallen during the fight. Um, Morale was low, um, but as the day progressed further, a runner from the shepherd's camp emerged and um, provided a document to Slinger, who had run out to intercept. Um, Reading in the document, uh, demand was given that you basically had a day to give up the betrayer, or they would sweep over you guys like a tide of death. Uh, Returned, uh, showed the letter to Unif, told her who you suspected that they named as the betrayer, and in return, not liking that one of her, she considered her own as a friend and an ally to be sentenced to death, declared war on the Shepherd of Fire. And that's where we're at tonight, guys. What are you doing?
Uh, with me being by Unif, I'm gonna shut him away. Be like, Unif, no,
Oh, he's gonna pay.
no, you're not in a good place. Your son is wounded. Your soldiers are wounded. He will roll over you like you were nothing. I've seen this before. No, we cannot fight him.
Then will die man, women, and child, because he's not going to take this place without a fight.
No. You have help. They need you. Veriskelly, Paulbeer, Therabeer, Tavia. The moment he's done with you, he can sweep through the rest. We need you alive. They all do. We can escape during the night. I have a plan. We can do this.
What's done is done, Gunther. And until you leave this war camp, I'll make the decisions around here.
I'll kind of look at her and I'll stand a bit straighter and I'm going to say, you are clouded with anger.
It is such. my decision is made. And off to the side, her husband is kind of standing with crossed arms, going and kind of shrugs at you, going, "You're on your own on that one."
I kind of like look back, then look back towards her. Be like, are you the queen of Fairbeer?
No, but I'm the druid of this area, and I have more words than you think.
Then maybe we should talk to Kashak, see what he thinks.
When he wakes, if he decides to make a different move, then we'll respect his wishes. Until then, I'm the voice.
You are leading your men to their death. The Legion is coming.
Then we will hold strong. Have a little faith, Gunther.
I have faith, but I see what this is. No more sacrifices. No more. I have a plan. We set up decoys and we fall back to Alaka. There, we can hold them. We need walls. We need defenses. We need to get your wounded off the field. You will die for nothing.
She kind of just looks you up and down and huffs and storms off.
I look towards her husband and be like, do you understand what I mean? Do you see what I am saying?
I've been married to that woman for many years, and trying to, when she sets her mind to something, you're liable to change the charging elephant before that.
I need your help.
I'll try to
You
talk
must
sense
tell
in
your
her.
truth.
I'll talk sense in her. Try to talk sense in her, but I make no promises.
Very well. Wives can be quite temperamental.
You should know.
Yes, I need to. Who? I mean, I don't know. We call them centurions. They lead small groups of men. Who are your leaders? I must talk with them. I don't care what she thinks. We have to do this. Your men can't die. You're the last defense.
Give me a perception, Guthrie, since you're kind of talking to Edelit.
Okay.
As you kind of look around the encampment, it looks like Edelit has actually been busy moving through the lines before, and they're starting to dig entrenchments with long poles that have been sharpened and for a charging
Stakes?
or yeah, stakes.
Yeah. Like, okay, I'll kind of look around and say, that will work, but we need decoys.
It'll slow them down, and then he kind of points over behind a little ways, and where there's several of the soldiers that are there's a few walking wounded in there, but they're not too bad. Are piling some of the dirt, taking some of the dirt from the trenches and piling it high and forming berms.
Hey, Gun, I want to take a walk a little ways in the direction of where the rider came from.
Yeah.
Do I see any type of smoke from their camp?
From not quite horizon to horizon. Their camp stretches quite a ways.
How far away?
They're probably maybe a quarter mile away.
Okay,
that's just
so-
that's basically guessing just from what you can see from camp light or firelight.
But pretty damn close then.
Yeah, I mean, light travels a long ways in dark. So.
I get it. But so quarter mile. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're not so close that it's easy for somebody to just walk right into it. They'd have to
Right.
walk through the war zone. So. Does anybody else do anything?
I'll head back and look to Gunther. Do we know their numbers?
DM, judging by the day's battle, what's my guesstimate?
Best guess, at least 2,000.
2,000 strong.
What do we have?
I'll kind of look around. Is it kind of like maybe a few hundred, if that?
Maybe 300 to 400.
Oof.
Maybe 300 or 400, but I don't know how many are wounded, how many still live.
Well, I'm no soldier, but those odds don't look good.
They're not. That's why we must retreat. I
So
need
your
your help
nods?
with that. Tell the troops, whatever you can see, take the armor and weapons off the wounded and make a cross in the trenches, put the armor on there, make it look like somebody's in there when they're not. Also put some out there. So it looks like there's guards, but there isn't. We must make a retreat, or we must get away without them noticing. We have a day.
God, I want to send the
Rianti.
owl.
Okay.
Kind of gonna be Rianse did this. We were up against pirates in a cove, and they had big things, fire bolts, ballistas, and so instead of sacrificing troops, she put on a ship, dummies, decoys, and when it turned the corner, it took all the ballistas, but no one died. And then we turned the corner while they were reloading. They did not have a chance. We must do the same.
Okay. Where do you want to send your owl?
Pretty high up in the sky and then over to their camp.
Okay.
I want to scout it out.
The distance for you to be able to look through your owl's eyes is how far?
Not that I think it's like 100 feet. I just want to. I just want it to go out there and then I can communicate when it comes back.
Okay. All right. As it gets about halfway out through the battlefield, I need it to give me a dex save, please.
What? I'm sorry.
I need it to give me a dex save, please.
Dex save.
Okay.
That's +1, so 14.
Okay. As it's kind of flying out toward it, it is buffeted by some large wings. So kind of spinning in the air. The creature that basically flew past it, actually it's a series of creatures are heading towards the camp. Towards your camp.
And how far out did it get when that happened?
Maybe 300 yards.
So I would have lost contact.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I wouldn't have noticed that, I don't think.
Yeah, it didn't really hurt him, but it startled him, and like the air current just really kind of just sent him spiraling. So but he's able to recover.
Yeah, I'm just checking my range, so it's 100 feet.
Yeah.
That I can communicate telepathically. Yeah, I'll just have it. I mean, I gave it instructions to go, so I can't reach out to it at this.
Yeah. Cornelius is not dumb. It turns and kind of follows the creatures. When he gets within 100 yards of you, you see 5 large black birds heading toward you.
I'll just look to Gunther. There's bird coming in, and I'll just point into the sky.
What do you mean, birds?
Blackbirds coming towards camp.
DM.
Mm-hmm.
Eyes maybe.
I'm going to. I'm gonna look at Slinger, pass the word of the plan, and tell them to get their arrows ready. We take them the moment they get close.
I'll do so. I'll move to the perimeter where the guards are set up, and
Okay. You guys can give me perception checks as you're moving. This happens at the same time.
How much pebbles did I get?
Really, Gunther?
I have a 2 to it. Leave me alone.
All right, Slinger. Gunther, you're completely oblivious. Slinger, you see dropped from the creature's ball or talons, 10 figures drop to the ground, and they start rushing in your direction.
oh, I'll call out. How many men are in my area?
There's 5 or 10.
5 or 10. I'll just point and say, "We're under attack."
Hold your hand. We're here to help. And out from the shadows emerges 10 shadow hunters.
Oh, I will make my way forward. Do I recognize any of them?
No, they're cowled, so you don't recognize them. Oh. Well, they kind of look around. The kind of lead one, the others are kind of armed with bows and stuff. They're kind of watching. They turn and watch the outside perimeter as one approaches you. Looks like you could use all the help you can need.
Did Alarius send you?
Yeah, he sends his regards. He passed through and let us know that you guys might be in some trouble.
Well, I'm sure you saw the army. They came from that direction, correct?
Well, yeah, they kind of came from that, kind of sweeping over that direction. Yeah, we saw the firelight.
Well, come in. I'll turn and make my way back into and I'll give the men direction as to what Gunther suggested.
Yeah.
Building up the perimeter with the fake armor and weapons to make it look like we have quite a bit more.
Yeah. The lead figure kind of walks beside you. The others kind of form a semicircle around the two of you and march through. And he goes, and I would expect some more company come down. Where we came from, Skelly.
How many?
The Jarl's sending as many men and women that he can that are where they are fighting. So, in Jotun, expect 100, 150.
And who is this talking?
This is the lead figure that's been talking with you.
Okay, good enough. Yeah, I'll continue walking towards where Gunther is.
Okay. All right, Isaac, what are you doing?
I'm collecting pebbles. I need to stock up.
You and your fucking pebbles.
I need them.
All right, give me a perception, Isaac.
I'd love to. There we go. They're everywhere.
Okay. As you're gathering your pebbles, you see Ethan Claw and Liliana kind of walk by, and they've been talking to Una as she's passing from campfire to campfire. But they kind of veer off and they're talking with another figure, and then they kind of walk off into the night for a little ways.
What would Ravenclaw be doing with him? Oh my god, he's one of the girls! Pebble? Pebble? I'm gonna collect my pebbles, then I'm gonna follow. Yeah. And I'm gonna be quiet about it. Do 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 do.
Oh,
You're not supposed to sing your theme song.
all right. Jesus Christ.
All I'm seeing, I'm sorry, is Caught from the Emperor's New Groove.
No, I see Peter Griffin. Ooh, Pebble. Ooh, Pebble.
Ooh.
Okay, so you continue collecting your pebbles.
Yes. Ooh, Pebble.
All right. Gunther, after a moment, Slinger returns, and he's got several dark clothed figures with him.
I'll just
Who
walk
are
up.
they?
I'll walk up to him and say, "Well, we've some more help. The Shadow Hunters have come to help."
Hmm. Well, that'd be good for defending the rear.
There's more coming in the morning.
More shadow hunters.
I'll just look to the figure that I've been talking to, Gun.
Yeah, he shake his head. No, the Jotun are coming.
How many?
150.
Even with their size, it's still gonna be 3-1.
I like those odds.
Slinger grins.
I'm still looking at me. You know, if we fall, Veriskelly, Pallbear, Rhaeris, Fairbeer, and Tavia will fall.
Oh, we'll make him pay a price then. Death's nothing to us.
No, your death won't matter, but everyone else does.
And he just kind of looks to Slinger.
He thinks differently.
Well, we'll put our blades and bows the best we can.
As only I would expect you to. We'll find some place for you to set up camp if you want.
Wait, can all of you do that dark thing?
Yeah, kind of in our nature.
Perfect. I can use you. I look towards Slinger and be like, Slinger, can I use them for the mission? They listen to you.
What do you have in mind?
The darkness thing. They could set up a shield so the enemy can't see what we're doing during the day. We could retreat under, I guess, the cover of darkness and during the day. They might not want to charge headlong into something they don't know. Might give us more time. But the giants, they must be warned to meet. We can meet them in Fairbeer and then continue our retreat.
Has it been decided that we're retreating, Gunther? I haven't heard that.
I kind of look at him and say, if we stand, there's too many. The people of Pallbeer, of Veriskelly, Fairbeer, and Tavia matter more. The soldiers here need to be used. We can't all die for no reason. We can't sacrifice ourselves just to stall him for a little bit. The Legion is coming. Once the Legion arrives, and we are strong, they will have to fight 2 armies, not just one. If we die now, all of us, that is only him versus the Legion. And yes, he may not win, or he may. But I'd rather not risk everyone else. All the women, children, and people who cannot fight.
Well, I think it's Unif that needs convincing.
her husband's doing that.
And what if he can't?
Then she will be overrided.
By you?
Yes.
Slinger kind of cocks his head. Gives him a little look like, you sure about that?
She was like me in the village when they came after my family, but was not seeing straight. But my friends were there to help me, to see me through. She needs that.
I'll look to the the cloaked figure that I've been talking with. When do you expect the rest?
The Jotun?
Hmm.
If they're marching through the night, so as early as dawn.
We need to tell them of the plan so they know to join us as we make our retreat.
Can you get word? I'll look to the figure.
Or that we stay where we're at. Unfortunately, it'd be very hard to call back the birds.
I'll look to Liliana's not there, correct?
No.
Maybe Liliana can send her raven with a message.
That reminds me. We must talk to them about this message.
Okay.
I can't walk so well. Slinger, could you find her? You're much better at it than I am. I think I can find Isaac. He tends to be, well, not hard to find.
Just look
I
for
can find
rocks.
Just look for a pile of rocks and it'll be somewhere around it.
Yeah.
He's not wrong. He will be.
I'll look to the figure and just stay here with Gunther, and
Okay.
I'll head off and find Liliana.
Okay. All right.
And I'll begin to treadle my way to find Isaac.
Okay. The figure kind of follows you, Gunther.
Kind of look over my shoulder every now and again.
Yeah.
He's still a shadow hunter after
Yeah.
all.
I get that. Double Slinger first. Slinger, go ahead and give me perception as you're kind of looking through the camp. Okay. You've been kind of going through the camp, moving from campfire to campfire, and a couple people point you in kind of the direction they last saw Liliana. Eventually, you kind of end up a little on the outskirts a little bit, and you see Liliana, Ethan Claw, and the third figure sitting there talking. And with that perception, you actually see a gate open up, and you hear a loud "I'm sorry," and then as the figure pushes Liliana and Ethan Claw into the gate closing.
Okay, now I'm assuming it's not a wooden gate, but a
Nope.
magical portal.
Yep. All three figures are through the gate.
Who was the third figure? Do I know?
You can give me an intelligence. Yeah, that was Purity.
Oh, I will immediately rush to find Gunther.
Okay. Gunther, as you're looking for Isaac, Slinger rushes up, kind of huffing and puffing.
I'm trying to look at him. Just what?
There's a look of concern on his face. Liliana and Ethan Claw and Purity disappeared through a gate. They're gone.
But Purity wasn't here. What do you mean? Through a gate? What gate? I don't
Like
see any.
A portal, like how the elves come to the grove.
No,
You know.
no. But they don't know what's going on.
Well, I mean, Liliana does. I think she read the note.
I'll kind of show him the note. I haven't shown it to her yet
Why not?
because we were talking about the plan. I thought she was sleeping with Gashak
Why would she be sleeping with Gashak?
because she passed out on him after he was alive.
Oh,
Story time with Gunther.
And Ethicla doesn't know as well. What if they come back and we're gone?
Slinger says nothing.
What?
Does-
Why would they leave without telling us?
I don't know. How did Purity get here?
I don't. Maybe through a portal, like you said. But why would she take them? What? Mm,
Well,
Flames coming out of Gunther's ear.
we just
We
have
can't.
to we have to continue without him then. I mean, that's all, Gunther.
Yes. Hopefully they'll come back after they've moved off. Let's find Isaac. Hopefully he isn't teleported off someplace.
Just to, it's been a while since we played. Just to refresh my memory, that's the girl that was working at our hideout.
Yeah, that's the housekeeper.
Okay.
Yeah. Apparently
And-
just shoved us in a portal.
The one that gets possessed by the aqua god every now and again.
Right.
No.
That
Yeah.
Liliana told you that there was something said, remember? A while ago. Now I'm scared.
You guys can't forget, she's also an accomplice. Tyler. She knows how to fix a roof.
Yeah. Oh, damn! I'm gonna double my efforts trying to find Isaac.
Okay.
If he's not with them, he's somewhere else.
Yeah.
I'll look for him. I'll kind of split off, and I'll just say, Gunther, meet back at the. Do we have like a tent or something that we have like a central?
Yeah, the command tent.
Yeah, meet at the command tent. I'll go see if I can find.
Maybe just grab some rocks. Maybe you can smell them.
God.
This rock smells like lilac.
I'll
How many
just
did I
start.
get?
I'll just start walking, and I'm gonna also send the owl out to scout for.
It's easy. Your owl actually picks it. Gunther, you and the owl see it about the same time. Isaac's pebble, pebble, pebble.
Is he like getting
Yes,
farther from camp as he's finding?
He's kind of going in a circle. It's
Yes,
like maybe like a 15-foot circle.
I'll just
Yes,
start
Pebble.
I'll start turtling my way over there then. Get closer to him before I surprise him.
Pebble. 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 Rock. That's not a pebble. We don't throw those.
Isaac,
Pebble. Yes. Wait, what? Yes.
come with me.
Okay. But I mean, there's a lot of pebbles here to grab. So, like, are there a lot of pebbles there?
There's pebbles everywhere, Isaac.
Oh my God, you're right. Look, he like runs off in a different direction. Pebble.
No, Isaac, it's not safe.
You
need
said
to
there were
come with
pebbles
me.
everywhere.
I know, but okay, Isaac, we're going to be retreating. You have to stay with me. You have to stay close.
You
And
seem
I'll-
quite serious about this, so okay.
I'll hand him the note.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I have pamphlets. Would you
No.
like one of my pamphlets?
This is from the Shepherd of Fire. He wants you.
I mean, I'm kind of taken. I'm flattered, but I mean,
No, they want to kill you.
I'd ask why, but to be fair, there's a lot of people that want to kill me.
Well, they said you betrayed them.
But I didn't do anything.
Well,
I've been polite. You didn't even introduce yourself to people.
I don't. No, that's not the Isaac. Just stay close. We need to head
Okay.
back. And I'll
Actually, I might
kinda
not
like-
have introduced myself to him. He must be mad.
How did you betray them, Isaac?
I don't know. I don't know who they are. I've never met some shepherd of fire. However, I thought shepherds did sheep. I don't think fire can be shepherded.
I don't know. Maybe it's about Shanika.
Terramorphous.
Yes. You did say that you chose Eyeless over him or her.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. He was kind of angry.
She. I think.
It.
Yeah, that's better. I don't know. But we need to go. I need to get the troops ready. You must stay
Okay.
with me.
Okay.
Do not go far.
Are we going to Fairbeer?
No. We're going to retreat to Alaka. We're going to bring everyone we can.
Wasn't Fairbeer on the way to Alaka? I just have to
It
grab
is.
one thing.
Yes. We can stop in Fairbeer.
Okay. It'll be real fast. I'll make it real fast.
Okay. Then I'll trail my way back to camp and I'll take a seat after all the exertion and be like, kind of huff and puff a couple times as I'm still recovering from my battlefield injuries.
1 pebble, 2 pebbles, 3 pebbles, 4 pebbles.
And I'll wait for the eventual wrath of Unif.
Okay.
Hopefully the soldiers are doing what I asked them to do.
Yeah, they're trying to using the less usable armor to kind of build dummies.
Yeah. I'll, too much for Cubs to think about at once. It's too much. And I'll kind of nod my head down so they get resting.
I'll find a spot for the Shadow Hunter's gun.
Okay.
Maybe get a campsite set up, get a fire going, and
As you kind of catch up with them, it looks like they've already found a kind of a suitable spot. It's away from the main body of the camp, but still within the defensive perimeter of it. And you're not used to seeing them without their cowls on, and it kind of takes a back. I mean, you've seen Isaac as a tiefling, but their markings is just kind of, you understand why they're called ghost faced.
They also have broken horns.
so they're all tiefling.
Yeah.
Okay. What's your name?
I'm Marco. And he kind of introduces you around. They kind of either, as he says each of their names, they kind of nod in your direction. They're caring for weapons or eating small pieces of meat and over rice and stuff like that.
Where is Larius?
He was headed to Waymore.
Good. Good. That's what I asked him to do.
He caught up with us at the tower before Skelly and told us to head this direction.
I'll look to him and then kind of have an expression of like I thought of something. Would you be able to cause some havoc in their camp?
You really have to ask.
He grins. I thought you might enjoy that.
What we do.
Don't put yourselves in danger. Just perhaps ruin their night's sleep and make them a bit wary.
And without even a second word from you, they're donning cowls, and we'll be back momentarily. And they disappear into the dark. Not a sound, not a movement, just gone.
They're the fucking children of the Horn.
Slinger just Slinger just smiles and plops down in front of the campfire. Just start tossing little sticks in there, and
You essentially
think-
just sent
thinking-
10 fucking ninjas to cause havoc. Yeah.
that's the smile. Yes. And it probably won't be long before he falls asleep, since I'm holding at 6 hit points.
Yeah. The day does wear on it. The amount of battle that you got and injuries that you guys sustained does overtake you eventually. And even trying hard to stay awake, you eventually all nod off. Rudely awakened by a red sun rising.
Gunther has a blanket on him. I put my winter blanket on him because I don't sleep.
So I get a full rest, yeah?
Yes, you all get a full rest.
All right.
The sky above is heavy and leaden. Slayer, you kind of fell asleep in the Shadow Hunter's encampment, and as you come awake, they're back to what they were doing before they left, eating, taking care of weapons.
He'll sit up and look about. How'd it go?
Marco's he's got a undershirt on, and he's kind of mending a tunic. Well, he ruined one of my good tunics, but we took out a few. Let's just say their guard is a lot less.
Slinger smiles. Yes, I'm well aware of what you can do. Personally.
Damn, I really like this tunic too.
How many are there? Could you tell?
Far too many to count, but I don't think they'll be making any hasty decisions this morning.
Any surprises we need to know about? When we first encountered them, they had...
Well, you know about the Ifrit and the Dal, I'm assuming.
Slinger nods.
Yeah, that's really the biggest point. Other than that, they're mostly fodder. Command tents in the center of the camp. Kind of what I expect from somebody that at least knows what they're doing.
He seems to.
I wouldn't take him lightly, but I think finding the amount of dead that he will this morning, he won't be too hasty to make any sudden movement.
Well done.
Gunther, you're awakened to the sound of blowing horns coming from the west.
I'll get up and I'll test my muscles. Sore, but I can move properly.
Yeah.
And I'll kind of go running in that direction.
As you kind of get to the outer limits of the defenses, you kind of see breaking through the grasslands the familiar face of the Jarl of the Jotun, as behind him trails several hundred large walking men and women.
I'll kind of wave up my hand.
He kind of stops and looks and waves back.
Hail, Jarl.
Good to see you again, Gunther.
Mm.
My name's Isaac Brain. This is Eyeless.
Yes, we remember.
This is Lady Telrina of the, I mean, clearly, clearly, I mean, you look like a mountain. It's a stalagmite city.
I hate to interrupt and be an inconvenience, but can we set up camp nearby, because we've marched through the night? We could really use
Yes.
rest.
We need to rest. Also, we appreciate you coming. And are your people safe? Have you evacuated them?
We're safe. We're safe enough.
Good. We're going to be retreating.
They set up a camp.
Yeah.
People were retreating.
They need to rest. We're still setting up our preparations.
He kind of shrugs and nods. He kind of gives them orders in their tongue, and they peel off and start setting up a camp. You notice that the sky has become darker.
Kind of look up at me. That's not normal.
We slept too long, Gunther. This
No,
is why I
it's
don't
not-
sleep.
No, it's just dawn.
It's gonna be hard to find rocks here.
Does it
No
seem
light.
unnatural, Gun?
It seems like it shouldn't be moving or darkening that quickly.
That doesn't look great.
No.
Ravenclaw.
The three of you
Uh,
give me
DM.
perception checks, actually.
Sure.
Not
How
athletics.
many, rocks did I get, by the way,
My bad.
DM? Because I'm out of pebbles.
How
many
10.
did I
You
get?
got 10.
Yeah, perfect. It's more than 0.
All right. Isaac and Gunther, from about 20 feet behind you, you hear a and a bright gate opens up.
I will
Ah.
in one motion, I will turn around and draw my sword.
Well, in a familiar voice as it steps through the gate, I'm glad to see that you're prepared, at least for any danger.
Hello, Isaac.
Who is
Rain,
that?
It's
lady
Albacore.
of this, the noble stalagmite city.
Albacore. When it's not time for my trial yet. Why are you here?
Unfortunately, things are being a little pushed forward.
You mean it's my trial now?
It is. Where's the rest of you?
Liliana and Ethan Claw are gone.
He's
Only
in
Isaac.
Fairbeer.
Only Isaac and Slinger are with me, but I can't go. We need to retreat. These people, they need me.
If that's your decision, Gunther, then the consequences. You know what the consequences are.
He kind of like looks down for a second and goes, I can't disappoint. I can't.
What
I'll
if
kind of,
And he kind of smirks. He goes, "I might have a solution."
what?
And from around his neck,
Drop rocks.
he pulls out a finely platinum fine chain that holds a finely cut emerald on it. Well,
My God, he brought presents.
and he kind of grabs it and holds it. The sky darkens further. Hope you guys brought winter clothes. And
I brought a blanket.
you hear the gust of wind as a blizzard moves in.
I'm gonna need
I'm
another
kinda-
blanket, Gunther.
Okay. I was kind of looking at Slinger, kind of like, or Isaac, bring him close to me and be, how they can't move through this, can they?
No. And this will last for, about a week.
Neither can I. It's so cold.
I'll kind of pat Isaac twice, be like, well, if that will give them time,
It should.
then I can go with you. And I know someone who can lead in my stead.
I don't have cold
I'm
resistance.
sure they have capable leaders around here.
He kind of looks around and goes, I hope they understand. You said I had to bring people with me, right?
You do. And apparently it's these two. He kind of glares at Isaac.
I'll kind of like to be like, well, I have stalwart friends. Well, I don't know where Slinger is.
Slinger's right there next to you.
Mr. Big Man, whatever you do, and I know you've got to resist it, do not lick his armor.
Why would
I'm gonna look to Isaac. Please do not talk anymore.
Slinger's
I can see
laughing.
the-
Just very well. I'll bring the two in my trial. They know the plan. At least I hope they do.
Is it warm there?
It should be.
we have a small
Oh,
moment?
perfect.
If you need to let them know that you're leaving.
Yes. I don't want them to guess why I've gone.
Very
I
well.
will return.
Be quick.
I'll take off to the shadow hunters. But
Okay.
carry on, Gunther.
I'll run to Unif's tent actually, if I can find her.
She's actually in the tent. She's changing Gishok's bandages.
I'll kind of
And she kind of
Yeah,
looks
but-
at you and casts a hard look at you. Come to try to talk me out of it again.
Unif. A blizzard has come. Albuquerque, a servant of Baishula, has given you a week of time.
Oh, then we're
But-
really blessed by the gods if
He's taking me away. I have my trial to do, and I can't disappoint my God. But you have my word, I shall return. But please understand that this chance is time for you to regroup. Get more men. The Jarl has come with his giant soldiers. They will help, but there's not enough. You need more.
oh, hopefully it'll buy us time, man. Have you seen Liliana?
They left. They went through a portal. I don't know why. They went with purity.
I wonder why that girl was eager to be with the group.
A lot is in motion, but
What is
I
that with
to-
purity?
I'll tell you later, Isaac. Just no, kind of like
Okay.
press him twice. Be like, but Unif, please try what I have said. Your men have set up decoys. If you fall back now, he will not know. You can get the pikemen from Rhaeris. Go to Fairbeer if you choose. Have walls. Don't. My friends have taught me that it's not. You should be so easy to want to sacrifice. There's people who depend on you.
I'll take that into consideration. And she goes back to bending or mending or bandaging his wounds.
How is he?
He's fine. He'll recover. And you notice that Abel, Liliana's raven, is sitting on kind of on one of the tent poles, kind of overlooking the shot.
I wave at him.
I'll well, I wish you well. I shall return.
Very well. Good luck.
You as well.
Thank you.
And I'll as we leave and walk back, I'll be like, Isaac, Purity came and got Ethan Claw and Liliana. They went through a portal
Okay.
like the elves did in Fairbear.
I just pray that she didn't go into the basement, Gunther.
Well, I hope
Jeez.
not.
It's just
But- I need your help. I have a trial
Okay.
with my god,
okay.
and it is by Shula. So Ilis is, I guess you could call him husband.
Mm-hmm.
Don't do anything wrong.
What do you mean by don't do anything wrong? Name one time I've done something wrong.
Like telling Albuquerque not to lick my armor. I think he knows
And
that.
that was smart.
It just
You won't be
You
saying
can't-
this when someone gets stuck to your armor, will you? When Baishula gets stuck on your armor, you won't be saying this.
I don't think Baishula's going to lick me, Isaac.
He'll have been all like, Isaac, why didn't you tell him? And I'll be like, because you told me not to.
Isaac, I'll keep walking. Just try.
Okay. I promise I will try. But if he does lick your armor, I get to tell you I told you so.
He's not gonna. Fine. I'll go back, and I will also if Slinger's still there, and Albuquerque, like, I am ready, but Slinger, would you help me on my trial?
I'm not there.
No, he's not back yet. Shit.
No, he went to
I don't
talk to
know,
the Shadowhunters.
Yeah.
I've got this, Gunther. I make a snowman slinger while we're waiting.
Gunther, as you and Albacore are kind of watching Isaac make his snowman, across the battlefield, the wind is starting to pile drifts of snow.
Anybody else go robot?
Yeah, he's going
You
robot.
Yeah.
You and Ultra Robot there, DM. Can you repeat that for me?
Yeah, you see as the winds gust across the plains, it's starting to pile up in drifts.
No. I'll look at. I'll kind of look and be like, I like the weather.
Cool.
I'm pretty sure he's not liking it.
Hmm.
Where's your little friend at?
I don't
right
know
here.
half the time.
Okay.
I mean, I think you have special powers. Can you try and find him? He's really hard to find.
I'll give you most of a moment before we have to leave. All right. Meanwhile, Slinger, you find the Shadowhunters, and they're starting to dig like kind of hooded like cloaks out or hooded furred cloaks out of packs and stuff.
Good. I'll make my way over. This is gonna last about a week. Do you have enough gear?
We're good. We're adequate gear.
I have to leave for a bit, but I'll be back.
Fair enough.
Do what you can.
We'll keep giving them help.
Slinger nods and smiles.
Yeah. You see that as you kind of look around the small encampment of the Shadowhunters, several of them have changed outfits that are instead of just black, it's more of a mottled white and gray.
He smiles at that, thinking to himself how prepared these folk are.
They're good at what they do.
I'll find you when we come back. I don't know how long it's going to be, but I don't expect it to be that long.
We'll hold tight.
Be safe, and he'll head back.
Okay.
As Slinger gets back, Isaac's just finishing up the snowman. He puts his last 2 platinum coins for eyes. Perfect. Just for reference, Gun. Isaac isn't taking those back.
How does it look, Gun?
You know what?
Made a roll.
Yeah, give me a roll.
What roll?
Dexterity.
Perfect. At least it's not strain.
It's not too shabby.
Platinum makes him
14's
rich.
pretty good.
Yeah, it's not too shabby.
Yeah.
Not an
It's
exact likeness, but it's got quite a...
Yeah, I'm sure Slinger gets the idea.
Yeah,
He just looks to Isaac.
he definitely got the height right.
That looks pretty good. I'll take my hat off and put it on top.
And the 2 coins, because if you know the one thing, he like winks like with both eyes.
He smiles.
Albacore
we
just
need
kind
to
of
find
shakes
more
his head.
I'm out of platinum coins. I can't take those one back, Gunther. Also, it's cool.
I understand that. But Slinger, would you help me on my trial?
Of course I will, Gunther. Just let me know what I need to do.
I don't know. We'll know when we
Just
get
don't do
there.
anything wrong. He told me not to do anything wrong. Just don't do anything wrong, okay?
You can count on me. You know that.
I'm gonna shake his head. Look to us up like, we're ready then.
Very well. he turns around and he makes some motions, and the gate opens back up. It's flooded with radiant light, and he extends a hand to let you pass through.
All right. I'm gonna take one hesitant step, two hesitant steps, three, and just slightly pull
Slinger,
my
do you
finger
want some
through it.
blanket?
Hope it doesn't pull me in like some sort of like weird portal.
Okay. As the three of you step through, you get that familiar feeling of the hook behind your belly button that you felt once before as you've been pulled through portals, and it drags you along.
Do you want some blanket?
No.
Through time and space. You travel and you travel and travel, and you guys have traveled enough through these portals that you know that eventually you're going to be jettisoned out. So you're watching for the exit, and sure enough, it's there. You're pushed out, and you land on some old, large steps that lead up to a gleaming citadel. You're high in the mountains.
Jonathan will set up and look around, just like, I've only
Hold
heard
here.
of this place. And wait, they're both here somewhere. Be your best behavior. Don't do anything wrong.
But it's cold. You said it would be warm here. We're on a freaking mountain.
It's warm inside.
Sorry for my language.
Isaac,
Yes,
be good.
I'll try. Do you want some blanket?
No.
I only have the one. Okay.
Okay.
And I will begin to step on these big steps
Okay.
going up towards the citadel.
Albacore kind of leads you up it. You guys travel for about 800 yards. The steps wind up into the mountains, getting closer and closer to the citadel. On the ramparts of the citadel are several banners that fly. The closer you get, you realize that the outer walls of this are made of platinum.
Platinum.
And whoever lives here just wastes money like it's nobody's business. I mean,
As we're making our way there, Gun, I want to kind of get Isaac's attention
Okay.
yes.
and kind of fall back a little.
Okay. It's not that hard.
Isaac,
Mhm.
this is probably the most important thing that Gunther's ever asked you to do. So
Mm-hmm.
I know how you are and what you like to do, but you really need to. You really need to. You need to do this right. This is for Gunther.
Okay. Isaac starts putting his blanket away. He puts his bag of rocks away. And then he looks to Lady Talina. Look, I need you to stay in the back, okay? Just get in the back. He puts her in the back. And then he fixes up his clothing and he prestidigitations himself to clean away the dirty. And he slicks his hair back. And then puts the part in the front. And then, he tries to cover one of the horns. The one that's missing.
Very well. Albacore leads you up until you're standing before two large gates, both made of platinum. He reaches a hand up and pushes, and it moves quietly as if it's on well hinges. And for the size of the door, it shouldn't have been it should at least made a sound. From inside, the glow of brazier light kind of falls out where the small bit of snow that has been falling, as you get closer, kind of illuminates it.
I could be just looking around in utter amazement and, kind of like walking in circles type of thing. Just kind of looking around when Is this like the hall where
This-
Baishula is?
This is a very holy site to Baishula and Ilis.
And Ilis.
And as you
Okay.
kind of look up at the banners that are flying, you do recognize the holy symbol of Baishula, but on one of the other banners, and you've seen the mark on Isaac's hand, it's the symbol of Ilis as well.
Is this where they were binded?
That I'm unaware. I'm not sure of. It's always been a site for pilgrimages for followers.
He'll kind of nod his head and keep following as he looks in amazement at everything.
As you enter the hall, the cold that you just felt leaves you slowly. As it's the ambient temperature in here is not hot, but it's that comfortable warmth. The walls are the same gleaming platinum that you saw on the outside, and the floors are made of polished marble. Your footfalls echo on the stone. Large colonnades follow or run along the length of the hall as you pass. You walk for quite a while. The hall never seemed to end until you reach. In the short distance, you reach two doors made of mahogany that are closed with platinum pull handles on it.
Is this the inner hall?
This is the inner hall. This is where your trials will be performed.
Is that where Nandu Primo is?
We'll see.
Wait, and DM, I'm gonna try fruitlessly to try and scuff off all the fire damage I've had from the last couple days.
Yeah.
Armor's probably pretty black.
Mm-hmm.
I pressed the digitation in.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Your armor's not gleaming as if new, but it's the rough edges to it are a bit cleaner. So
a little bit more presentable.
Yeah. Before we enter these doors, are you prepared?
As best I can be, yes.
Very well. Because once the trial starts, it won't end until it's over. One way or another.
I understand.
Very well.
We got this.
Isaac, as you entered the hall, a clarity that was in your mind only once before returns.
Well then. I've got all my stuff I need. I'm ready when you are, Gunther. This thing, by the way, I only have 10 petals. So if we need to do anything that requires combative nature, yeah. There you go.
Don't worry about me. I'll be okay.
Very well.
All right.
Albacor kind of looks amongst the three of you and nods and pulls on the handle, and much like the outer gates, it opens silently. The room is. You guys have been in castles and dungeons and towers and stuff like that. Most of the ambient light, it shouldn't be this bright, but it is. It's almost like there's lighting everywhere. You enter, and the marble floor continues and rises up on a dais, and sitting in two great thrones is a silver-haired woman and a blonde-haired man. To one side stands Nizana, and to the other, Sorter.
I'll kind of stop and look at me. Who are they? I know what those two are. That's Nizana. That's Sergeant. What is that?
Okay. That's Ilis. I nod to them.
That's Ilis.
Well, yeah. That's eyeless. She's depicted as a silver-haired woman. And I mean, if we're where we are, obviously, I guess I'm assuming that's yours. I don't really. I mean,
I'm kind of look
I don't.
like, no, that's not Bashula. He's depicted as an older man, but
I
maybe
mean,
he
he's a
might
god.
change. I don't know. And I'll kind of follow silently as I look in utter amazement, as I even take off my helmet.
Yeah. Albacore kind of walks up and he stands in between Izana and Sorgren that are flanking the stairway leading to the dais. And he nods kind of very courteously to the blonde haired male figure stands and he kind of leans on a cane. Rixis Gunther Artrax. Welcome to Minas Tirith, Platinum Citadel.
Thank you. I don't know. What is your name?
And he kind of starts walking down the dais, taking careful steps. You can tell that his leg has been injured for at some point in his life. And what does your heart tell you who I am?
Kind of look at DM.
Mm-hmm.
Do I know where Primo was injured?
It was a leg injury.
He'll kind of look and just a realization will come over his face. He'll get on his knee. He's gonna like, I'm sorry, I didn't know, Primo. I'm sorry, I didn't know. I didn't know dragons could. Well, sorry, I didn't mean to disrespect you.
And Dan Rixis got there. No offense was taken.
He'll stand.
No, and he kind of looks back at the woman who's kind of hiding a smile behind her hand. You see, we can't always be in dragon form. It would be unnerving. Many of us have the ability to change forms into more something suitable and pleasant to appearance.
He kind of looks like you being a dragon would never be unpleasant.
And he kind of walks around. He kind of almost walks around you, but he's that kind of shuffle limp. And he kind of leans closer to you and he goes, "How else do you think half dragons are made?"
He kind of realizes and goes, "I don't think we should talk about that here."
And he kind of looks at the silver, and she stands and kind of clasps her hands in front of her, and she very almost gracefully in a floating way that starts to approach down the dais. As she gets closer, you notice that she's got kind of an elven features.
He'll kind of bow, so I'd be like, "Nandu."
And she nods. And to speak of things in this hall are considered not blasphemous, Gunther. They're considered to be blessed by Bashula. For creation is part of the Lord and Lady's ways.
He kind of nods at that and goes, "I will remember that."
Well, Albacore. Are you sure he's prepared? Yes, my lady. And Albacore kind of looks at you, Gunther, as in, like, God, I hope so. Very well. And these are, and she kind of points to Isaac and Slinger. These shall be your aides.
Yes.
Very well. You, Tiefling, go with
Yes.
Lady Nizana, and you, young halfling, with the Lady Swordroom. They will prepare you for this.
Mm-hmm.
Gunther,
Isaac nods and goes with.
yeah, Gunther, Albacore will prepare you. And she kind of holds her hand, and there's a slight doorway off to the side that you really didn't notice. Albacore kind of nods in that direction.
Okay. Thank you. And he kind of like, he probably has a million questions, but he knows this is not the time.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we will start with you, Gunther. Albacore leads you into a small chamber. It's got kind of like a wardrobe in there, and he's like, first, anything that you carry with you, you must leave behind. And he indicates your armor and weaponry.
He kind of, okay. And you see that he looks, begins to take off piece by piece, and every time he does, he seems a little bit more nervous because I haven't been without armor for a very long time.
Well, their armor will be within you.
And I'll,
And
as I kind of,
as you're coming out of your armor, he walks over the wardrobe and kind of looks you up and down a little bit, and pulls something out, puts it back, pulls it out, pulls it. This ought to fit, and hands you a white robe. After you're done, place that on.
I'll kind of take it off and I'll begin putting it on, and I'll very intuitively put my armor and weapons to the side, and I'll kind of pat it twice and go, that was the thing my wife gave me. The armor.
It'll be safe here.
Okay.
It'll be here when you reach her.
I'll leave all my possessions as commanded.
No. And after you've dressed in a robe, he turns and opens up another cabinet. And from the left to the right is a selection of weaponry. There is a very plain maul that's got a stone head, a sword and shield, a halberd, and a greatsword. You may select from these.
All of them?
One.
Oh. Kind of light, but I think I can manage. And I'll begin to look through. And I'll kind of...
The longsword and the shield have gold filigree. It looks like well craftsman. The halberd appears to be made of a silvery metal, and the great sword is black as night. And again, the maul is very plain. Has a stone head instead of a metal head.
I'll kind of like run my hand along the maul and I'll grab the maul. I'll kind of swing it twice and go, simple.
Albacore kind of nods very well and closes the cabinet. Okay. And he leads you back out into the chamber in front of Primo, and they're back setting on dice. All right, Isaac. Sorghum leads you into a very similar chamber.
I thought I was with Nizana.
Nizana, sorry. Thank you. Thank you for that correction.
Like shit.
Yeah.
I messed up.
And she kind of turns and she goes, "This robe, brother Vilas."
He like looks at her and looks at the room, then goes over. Is there like a bench or like anything?
Yeah, I mean it's a very Spartan room, but there's a small, there's just a couple of small cabinets or wardrobe cabinets.
He sits down and starts undoing his boots, and then he takes off his clothing.
Yeah, she
all his equipment.
has her back to you with one of the wardrobe, and she's looking. kind of looks you up and down, not in a like a sexual way, but in just kind of
Yeah.
estimating kind of your size. And
Sorry.
she pulls out a white robe. Place that on, please.
He like looks at White, knowing that like before he'd probably make a comment about White and staining, but he puts it on without a comment.
Very well. And after you dress, she goes
This is nice and
over to
too.
the cabinet, opens it up, and there are several small jars. And she runs her hands kind of over them and selects one and comes up. And as she unscrews the top of it, um, she says, "Brother Vilas, you will be Gunther's keeper." And she draws a symbol on your forehead. And you will ensure that he follows the true path. You will not
Understood.
interfere in his trials. And should it prove dangerous, and she hands you a small, about a foot long reed. If you feel that he's in danger and must be pulled out away from the trial, then use this. However, bear in mind, he has the ultimate decision whether to continue or not. If you interrupt his trial and he fails, that is on your head, and we hold no responsibility.
Understood.
Very well. May the wisdom of Vilas guide you, keeper.
As you.
Okay. And she leads you back out in the antechamber. You see Gunther standing there in white robes. All right, Slinger.
I nod to him.
Sordran leads you into a chamber very similar to what Isaac and Gunther went through. And you've been around Sordran long enough that you know now is probably a good time for her to jest, but she seems very stoic in what she's doing. Slinger must disrobe.
Slinger would have, like, when he saw her and it was brought by her, would have, like, run up and give her a hug.
She gives him a warm hug back.
And then he would follow her direction.
Yeah.
And begin pulling off his armor, etc., etc.
She finds a small white robe and hands it to you to place it on. And you're putting it on, she walks over to a cabinet, opens it, where several small jars are, and she selects one fairly quickly and walks over as you finish donning the robe and unscrews the top and places a gold symbol on your forehead. You will be Gunther's watcher.
He nods. What do I do?
You will bear the truth of what he is to do. You will be the witness to his trial.
Okay.
Once you pass through the gates, we will not see what's going on. It is you that will ensure that his tale is told.
He nods.
Very well. And if you're done, and she leads you out, closes the door behind her. Okay. You exit out and you see Isaac and Gunther standing there. Sordran kind of leads you to the place next to Gunther. Very well. Albacore, you may begin. And Albacore, who is now dressed in a white robe as well, and like just his regular white clothing that you normally able to see Gunther, he goes. Rixus Gunther Archax, you come this day before your trials to test before by Shula. Do you agree?
Yes.
Many of your forebears have come before you and have gone through such. Before you enter your trials, it is courtesy and tradition to allow the uh, participant to say a few words before the rules and instructions are given. You may do so now.
He kind of looks at Slinger and Isaac and has a bit of a smile and goes, I, Nerexius Gunther Artrax, of Clan Nerexius, take this honor of my trial to be seen to by heroes of the Celestial War, that I will not fail, that this world needs to be saved, and that I will live up to your expectation of me. And that's all they'll say.
Silverhead lady kind of, she smiles warmly, and Primo nods. Very well. First, to address the keeper and the watcher. You may not speak. You may not make a sound. You may not aid. Is it understood? This is the last words that you will speak.
Isaac nods.
I understand.
Very well. Nerexius Gunther Artrax. Every bit of you will be tested. Your courage, your self-doubt, your self-reliance, and your love for your fellow man. To gain entry into the halls of Baishula upon your afterlife is a great honor. Do not take it lightly. And he turns to Primo. May Baishula and Ilis guide his hand through his trials. May he be guided. And Albacore pulls out a golden knife that says, "Let the trial begin." And he cuts a doorway with it, which opens. The doorway is a golden edge, but beyond is blackness. Go through when you're ready.
I'll look at it, tense a bit on my maul's shaft, and I'll then step forward into it.
Okay. As you step through blackness, but you're used to moving through dark areas. For some reason, it's not a pitch blackness. You're able to kind of see a shadowy corridor. To your back, Isaac and Slinger or flank you. You hear their soft footsteps behind. Before you walk 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Almost feels like an eternity. And eventually you come to a solid iron door.
Is there any handles?
There's a handle. And there's a small placard on the door.
I'll read it.
It says, "Trial of Sacrifice."
I'll nod at that, and I'll test the door. Does it pull, or does it
It pulls open.
I'll pull it open.
Okay. As you enter, it almost lightens up a little bit. A kind of a purplish light flickers through the air. A small, narrow pathway leads. It branches off left and right.
I'll kind of look and which way?
As you get to the crossroads, Albacore's voice rings through the air. The trial of sacrifice is a test of what is truly right for a paladin of Baishula. Search your heart truthfully and know your results. And as his voice echoes away, two scenes open up in a archway on either side. The one on the left, you see your wife Sila and your two children fleeing for their lives. On their heels is a large minotaur that's chasing him, axe bloodied. As you look to the right, another arch opens up, and you see way more. You see yourself in your legionnaire garb, and you're standing around a command table. One of the commanders of the legion says, "Gunther, you must take command of the legions of Waymore, for millions will die otherwise." Once again, Albacore's voice echoes, "Choose."
Gunther just looks left, looks right, and he looks left again. The weak and downtrodden. And DM, he will walk towards his family.
Okay. As you walk towards your family, the image fades and there's a door before you.
I will open it.
Okay. The door leads to another long hallway.
Okay, I'll continue walking it.
Okay. Much like the one before, it's in shadows, with very dim light. You eventually come to a translucent glass door.
What's on the other side of it?
You can't make sure. It's kind of one of those like really frosted glass doors as you can't make heads or tails what's on the other side.
Is there a placard?
Yes, the Trial of Mirrors.
I'll open it then.
Okay. As you open it it opens into a circular room. There are mirrors that are around the edge. As you step into the center, the light floods. The Trial of Mirrors. In this, you will face your true self. And from a mirror ahead of you,
Sorry.
I will have to actually put the map up, steps a depiction of yourself in full armor with Twilight Doom. And I will pull you onto the table. Where are you at? There you are. And it is at battle ready. From its mouth emits, "You're not worthy to be here."
I will hand on my maw and say, "I am."
You're a failure to your family and friends.
I am not.
You let millions die, Gunther. You failed the world.
No, I did not. Others will take my stead. I am a soldier. I'm not a leader. My friends are important.
It's,
Babushula,
the figure starts kind of circling around you. Bashula has forsaken you.
His light is everywhere. I feel his light.
You're weak.
No, you are weak.
Your friends question you.
He kind of like stops at that and goes,
We all question one another. It's what friends do.
You let Rowan die.
at that, he'll kind of,
And I will carry that for the rest of my life.
Your rage and anger eats at you. Consumes you, makes you who you are. You can't control it. It controls you.
he's going to very tense up with this.
You go, no, it does not. I can fight it. I can control it.
Weakling.
You are weak.
And DM,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to attack it.
Okay. Go ahead and make your attack.
As he makes it with... If I can click it. Apparently it's not letting me click it. All right.
Oh,
My macro's not going to work here.
$27? Well, yeah, that
27
will,
hit.
that will hit you. The damage that rings true against it, however, you feel every bit of it. You take 10 damage as well.
I'll grab step like, ugh. What are you?
When that happens, Gun, I'm gonna put a hand on Isaac. Like grab his
I'll look
tunic or the robe that he's got.
I'll look down to him. Not say
just-
anything or make any
and-
noise, but I'll just look to him.
He just shakes his head, no, and then turns back to watch.
Isaac nods to him in confirmation of the answer.
Is that the best
Just
you
watches.
Is that the best you have?
Kind of looks, goes,
Wait. You are me. You are the darkness. You were creeps in my mind. Tells me to do things. You're the one who tells me that I'm not strong enough.
You know you're not strong enough.
I can get stronger. I always do.
It's pitiful your wife thinks you're a moron.
kind of... I kind of look at that and go,
I might be stupid. I might be slow. But she loves me for what I am. That's what matters.
And what have you gone through? What do you love?
and kind of looks up that and goes,
Rowena. And my son.
and let me just remember the pronunciation of his name. I believe I named him... Was it Arcturus, I think?
Yeah,
Yes,
Arcturus. Yeah.
Yeah, Arcturus. Like,
And my son, Arcturus.
They will grow
And
to
I
be
love-
failures as you. I mean,
No.
you're such a great role model.
No. They will grow up strong. They will be heroes like I am. or they would choose not to be. I'm not their role model. I'm not their teacher. I must protect them. That is what I do.
Hmm. Are you going to teach them hate? Because that's the path you're on, Gunther. All you know is hate.
And kind of, yes, I'm clouded with it. It's not who I am.
I believe it's to your core. Clouds your judgment.
I kind of look and go, maybe. It's not who I want to be.
And it steps forward and presses its snout against yours. And who do you want to be?
And kind of just looks and goes, I want to be someone that my children can be proud of. Someone like Nandu, where the world looks upon her with admiration. Someone who will be remembered.
And it just kind of looks at you. Glory's for fools.
And I kind of look and go, no, glory is not what I seek. But if I can make people think like Nandu makes me think, then when something like Boros Greed comes into this world, people will stand and fight and show them that we are not weak, we are strong.
Hmm. Very well. But one last thought before you continue on. And the image, it sweeps its hands, and the mirrors, the images of the mirrors changes. And it changes back to a burning Waymore. Selfish acts will only lead death.
I'll kind of look at that and go, I understand. I kind of look at the vision and go, but how does one make a choice so hard between one's family?
Sometimes the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few.
I'll kind of nod at that and go, but why can't it be both?
Fortunately, that's not the way of the world, Gunther.
But that's the way I want it to be. No more sacrifices, only save.
It just kind of shakes its head in dismay. Your heart is clouded. I suggest you learn to live with your flaws and accept them. As you mentioned, Primo, and the Queen, do you not think they have faults as well? Greatness does not come to self-centered. If it does, then you're a tyrant. And Baishula does not accept tyrants.
Gotta think about it for a second and go, I understand.
Do you, though?
Yes. That's why they taught me not to make a family. And I made that mistake. It's not a mistake.
It's not a mistake.
But it is.
Families are never a mistake. Families will be your sword and shield. Always. It gives you a reason to fight. It gives you a reason to want to help the world. For your children to grow up in a better place.
So they can have a future.
Now you're getting it.
I'm kind of nod at that.
But you cannot love your family and you cannot love your friends. And he kind of gestures to the two flanking you behind without first loving yourself. Flaws and all.
Kind of look at me. So everything, even the hate, I have to accept.
You do. It's who you are. That's why striking me is striking yourself.
He'll nod.
You're more than just flesh and bone, Gunther. There's more to you than that. You've done good in this world. But also, there's others that rely on you. They're honorable people. You know this inwardly.
And he'll kind of smile and go, yes. They need me just as much as I need them.
Hey, finally, after this whole period of time, the first time you've seen the figure in front of you smile. Now you're getting it.
And he'll kind of like stretch out his shoulder and Tess like kind of put his hand where he kind of hit himself and go, I always do that. Hurt myself instead of actually fixing it.
Yeah, and an image, he kind of smiles across his arms, and an image flits in your mind of you as a young dragonborn and being clumsy as fuck.
Oh, I don't want to think about that. Not here. God, every time Mom gets so mad at me about potion making, I crack the mortar and pestle thing.
Very well. I believe you still have more to do. And the mirrors start disappearing one by one. And the figure slowly fades from existence before you. And at the back of the room is another doorway.
We're going to keep walking.
Okay. You push the door. Once again, you're entered into a long corridor. And you walk. Before you stands a dark wooden door.
I'll read the plaque.
Trial of Fear.
I'm going to hesitate with this one. I'll take a little bit of a shaky breath and go, okay, you have this. I will open the door.
Okay. As you enter, it is pitch black, but you feel the ground solidly beneath you. The light changes in the room to a village. And as you walk forward to the side are some familiar faces. Your company, the Ravens Alliance, lay scattered upon the ground. Before you stands the Shepherd of Fire, and a large looming primordial stands behind him. The village is burning.
I'll look and the primordial. What is the primordial shape and look?
He is a large stone primordial with flames that are licking one arm. The other is made of solid stone. He has crystalline formations upon his shoulders that are and almost running lava running through his body.
I was like, no, that will not be our fate.
The trial of fear. Choices that you will have made, will be your undoing. How will you correct this?
I'll kind of look and go, Baishula is with me. With his power, I can rate this. If only I could. I can. I can raise them back. Do not fall like this. No. And I'll remob like, I will kill him myself. Stop this danger.
A guttural laugh comes from the primordial as it steps forward on heavy footsteps. The heat off of it is just blasting you. You will fail.
No. You cannot stop me. You were beaten once, and you will be beaten again.
How do you plan on stopping me, puny human? And his foot raises high above you as if it's about to stomp on your ass.
I am not puny. I have people behind me who help me make me stronger. And you are merely one. And I'm going to lift up my maul and go, you can try, but I will not be the only one to try and stop you.
As you lift up your maul and you go kind of do a spin attack, as you turn, the image of Isaac and Slinger are kind of almost ghostly, but behind in a very ghost or almost solid image is the armies of Faramir, the Jotun, Shadow Hunters, and gleaming armor of legions. And it stops you in your tracks.
I'll look and say, see, one might not be enough. With all of us, you don't stand a chance.
Albacor's voice, the images freeze. Albacor's voice fills. These that stand before you have shown heart and not fear the enemy. Learn from that.
I will.
Embolden them. Lead them.
He'll kind of look around and be like, but how do I lead? I don't talk
Be an
like
example.
leaders talk. I can do that.
Very good. And the room returns to black, and it slowly lightens back up to kind of a golden light. You see a narrow pathway once more to another door.
I'll follow it.
As you follow and enter the door, you walk for a short distance, and then there's a platinum door ahead of you.
I'll look at it. And is there a plaque?
There's no plaque.
I'll look kind of confused at that and be like, I'll open the door.
Okay. As you open it, a blinding light burns your eyes. And you blink a few times to get it, and you see a long cascading stairway.
I'll kind of look around and, what is this place?
It is my domain.
Is this the hall?
Step forward.
I'll step forward.
And you step, and these are white stones that are leading to steps. As you take the steps, it spirals up, and eventually you come to a flat, open area. On a large throne sits an aged man, with albacore standing next to it.
I'll instantly go to a knee, my weapon put down, and just, Bashula.
And nods.
I will not get up.
In a voice that's almost like thunder through your head. As you kind of watch it, his lips never moved, but it almost reverberates around the area. The Rixie has gone through our tracks. You come before the trials. What have you learned?
He kind of looks up and goes, that I must love all of myself, including the hate, the anger, the moron. I must stop acting like I'm by myself. I have people behind me, and I must be an example, a shining light, a fortress, so others may follow me or what I do, so we can stop everything, and that I am selfish, and I must stop.
He kind of steeples his fingers and listens. My guardians practice justice. What is your version of justice?
He looks and goes, compassion for the weak, defending the weak when they can't defend themselves, giving a merciful and quick death to the ones I face, and for the laws and tenets of our order to be done, no matter the cost.
He kind of taps his fingers a little. Kind of looks at Albacore, who just kind of looks up at him. Very well. Albacore, preparing for the final trial. You're dismissed from the planes.
I'll give a bow, and I will begin to. Do I go back, or is there
Yeah.
another way to go?
Yeah, you go back, and Albacore kind of leads you down, and he kind of opens the door to the side with the same knife movement, and you're enter the chamber where Sordrin and Nizon are both standing on the opposite ends of the dais, with Nandu and Primo on the dais as well. They're not in their shape change forms. They're actually full dragon form now.
I will look and be amazed as I kind of look over their new forms and go, you know, you are. He's kind of speechless, just kind of saying random words.
And they just kind of watch silently as Albacore stands before you. Your final trial will either determine that you move forward after your time, or will kill you. I will not mince words.
So this is to decide if I'm to live or die when my task is done.
When your task is done, I shall have granted you that you understand the consequences of that. You will return to the hall.
Yes.
However, this will either seal your fate or seal your destiny.
I am ready.
Very well. And he looks to Slinger and Isaac. This final trial is a vigil. And he kind of looks up, and you guys notice that there was a domed ceiling that was depicting Vishula and Ilis during the Primordial Wars that opens. It starts to open up. You see the sun starting to set. You will sit quietly in reflection, prayer, from sunup or sundown to sunup. No food, no water, no sleep.
Gunther will nod, and he will get onto his knees and put his maul in front of him as a kind of like a little cross and begin to pray.
Watcher and keeper, you will ensure that nobody interferes. Understood.
Slinger nods.
Isaac nods.
Very well. Gunther, before you enter prayer, you may take some nourishment, water.
He kind of looks around and goes, I didn't bring anything with me.
And he lays a small platinum platter before you of fruit, bread, and just plain water.
I will eat it, but for once in your guys' lives, it's very gracefully that I'm eating it. Not making noises, taking small bites, chewing, swallowing.
Isaac doesn't make a sound at this, but he's surprised.
Like, holy shit. All right. All right. Gunther, as you start your vigil, we're going to go ahead and take our break. So we're going to take a 10-minute break, guys. We will be back to witness the rest of Gunther's trial.
Sounds good.
Thanks.
And welcome back, guys. Took a little bit longer than we anticipated, but we're back. All right. Let me change maps for y'all. We won't need it no more. All right. So, Gunther, as you proceed into your vigil, the room falls silent as Albacore kind of watches the sky, and as the sun begins to set deep, you may begin.
Okay, I'll get on my knees. My maul is across and begin to pray.
Okay. The first hour goes by. Cold marble stone begins to kind of ache at your knees a little. Second hour goes by. Your stomach starts kind of grumbling a bit. I need a constitution save. Okay. The weariness of the battle, over the days, and your trial is starting to weigh on you. You gain 1 level of exhaustion.
Okay.
Okay.
Put that into my sheet. No, I don't want 10, just 1. Thank you, game. Thank you.
Fucking carrying it to your new.
Okay. Third hour goes by. Your mouth becomes dry. You kind of, between your prayers and your reflection, you kind of moisten it as best you can. Fourth hour. That you swear to God that stone is trying to eat your legs. It is becoming painful. I need another constitution save. Very good. You push through. You dig deep and you push through. Muttering, your thoughts, turn to silent and children. It kind of helps you give you that emboldenment. At fifth hour, your stomach, Isaac and Slinger both, you can audibly hear his stomach rumbling.
Any other Tuesday.
Okay, Tuesday. Yeah. Sixth hour. You feel the kind of Gunther, the chill from the open dome kind of falls on you, and it's being a silver dragonborn. It doesn't really affect you too much, but it is uncomfortable. 1 more Constitution save, sir. Very good. You still your mind and your willpower to continue on. Sixth hour or seventh hour. Isaac and Slinger, you see the skies starting to kind of lighten, knowing that it's almost there. Gunther, you're starting, the weariness is starting, your eyes are starting to become heavy. Isaac
Okay,
and Slinger, I need a perception check for you guys.
Sure. Love to. Boom.
Okay. Isaac, you notice at
Yes.
first as Primo and Nandu kind of turn their heads towards the door behind you as the door slowly and softly opens up. There behind you stand a wet and sodden Ethan Claw and Liliana. Liliana is being cradled in Ethan Claw's arms.
I nod to them.
Her
I
eyes
look
are
to
closed
Gunther.
and her lips are blue.
Well,
I
you
look to
wouldn't
Gunther.
guys
Then I
wouldn't-
look to them.
Sorry, you wouldn't see the lips. She's like facing inward in his cloak and winter coat.
And Slinger, you see Isaac kind of look back at the door and then look at Gunther and then face forward again.
I'll look at the door.
And that's it. You see Liliana being cradled by Isaac. Her hair He's got, yeah, he's got moisture running off him.
Lift her.
Her hair is wet, and her lips are blue. She seems to be shivering a little bit.
I have my job to do.
I'll make my way over.
I stay with Gunther. I have a job to do.
Out of the corner of your eye, Albacore swivels his head towards you, Slinger.
I look to Slinger.
I'll look to Albacore, and then look to the two of them.
And he looks at Gunther and very slightly shakes his head no.
I'm currently concentrating on not my eyes getting heavy, so I probably don't notice that. I'm probably more concentrating on it.
You're very focused on what you're doing.
Yeah, so I have to be alerted to that. So yeah, I'm just kind of doing my thing.
I actually look to Slinger, and with a serious look, I kind of point to Gunther, and I point to my mouth, and I show that I've zipped my mouth shut.
From out of Ethan Claw from behind you, you hear soft footsteps, and a blanket is wrapped around your shoulders. Slinger, you see that Alanon, Nizana's son, has wrapped Ethan Claw in a blanket and is kind of leading him off a little ways down the hallway.
Okay. All right. I'll move back.
Almost like a relief fills Albacore's shoulders as you return to your place. Gunther, your 8th hour as the sun begins to peak, and you can almost, out of the corner of your eye, you see the light out of the sky. I need one more Constitution save, sir.
And it will be an epic failure. Nope.
The weariness does sit on your bones. You take a second. One exhaustion.
Okay.
And the two dragons look into the sky, roar. Right as you feel the weariness hit your bones.
Okay.
Rise, Eryxius Gunther Artrax. Your trials have completed.
All right. I will shakily get up even with that strength. Be like, kind of look around, kind of like all happy, be like, I did it.
You completed it. Now. And Albacore goes to a knee, and the two dragons' heads swivel towards the heavens. And I will do this. Albacore nods his head in silent prayer, stands up, and you've never really seen him other than give you a soft smile, but he's grinning from ear to ear.
Kind of grin to and go, I passed.
He nods. You have. Ashila has blessed you. You shall become one of the heralded folk.
Do I know what that is?
One of the guardians. The heralded folk is another term for him.
Yeah, like cat chosen. Okay. Yeah, so I'll become like you.
Yes. But there's time for that.
Much to do here. Much.
And he kind of helps you up. Now, you deserve much rest. Time has gone by.
How much?
From the day you left to this moment, a week.
I'm kind of like, yes, we have to get back.
Hope they left.
Sleep, eat, and prepare.
I'll nod at that and just go. Can I? Would I be able to talk to Non-Duo Primo? I mean, after or maybe before.
I'm sure they'll grant you an audience before you leave.
I could use their wisdom.
As we all can.
And
He kind of ushers you back to where the chamber where your armor and stuff were. And some of the furnishings in the chamber have changed. There's a large soft bed. There is a wardrobe there. Your armor and weapons are gone though.
Where are my things?
Rest. They'll be returned.
I kind of nod and all.
Daughter of this, my son, Sela. They won't even believe me.
Kind of just shrugs a little bit and gets some rest out there.
I'll take some
And
rest.
softly closes the door. Ethan Claw and Liliana, you're kind of Elenon kind of ushered you guys to a bench just a short ways from the doorway, and he's kind of watching the door.
Ethan Claw's gonna actually take the blanket that was wrapped around him and cover Liliana.
Well, yeah, he's provided her one too. So.
Oh, she's provided her one. Okay.
Yeah.
He'll continue to make sure that she's warm as possible.
Yeah, he's
Actually
her.
take the time to remove his wet cloak and the winter coat.
Yeah,
and put a nice fresh warm blanket.
The longer you guys sit in there, it's starting to kind of warm up. You're starting to feel a little more comfort there.
If there's no loud noises, she's
It is
asleep.
very quiet. Nizana, meanwhile, back in the hall, Primo and Nandu have left of their own accord. Nizana and Sordin are both kind of sitting there talking. Nizana looks at you, Isaac, and just kind of nods her head.
And just nod back.
Okay, Slinger and Isaac, what are you guys doing?
Think about my stuff.
You guys are free now.
We did good. We did good, Slinger. Made sure he didn't fail.
You did good too.
It's like, what do you think they're talking about over there? I point to Sordrin and Arizona.
I'm not sure. Maybe about Gunther's success?
Possibly. It would make sense. They couldn't possibly be talking about anything else, obviously.
I'm not really sure.
Women.
For a moment, Nizana leaves the chamber, and the dome hasn't closed yet. It's still open, and some snow is flooding in, and as it hits the stone, it smelts away almost instantly. She walks away for a little while, and then about 10-15 minutes, she comes back, and upon her arm is perched a falcon. And she whispers to it and lifts it up, and it flies out of the dome. And wheels a couple of times, and then turns south. And the dome begins to close.
Oh my god, I just realized that I left my ferret in the room with my stuff. Isaac says that out loud.
Slinger's like, that can't be good.
I don't think it is good, actually. I'm starting to think that it probably would have been safer if I took Rockwell with me and left the ferret with my wife.
Probably, yeah. Okay.
I guess I'll gather my
At
gear up.
least Rockwell's just...
Yeah. Isaac and
Rockwell's
Slinger,
just
you go change back in your gear. It's where you left it.
Yeah. I take the ferret and I pat him down and I check my rations. I assume he must have gone through them.
Ethan Claw, Liliana is fast asleep. Um, After a while, Nizana comes through and she's like, come provide her a place to rest.
Very well. But first off, just to double check. I believe my knees are a little weak.
Eleanor. And now he easily scoops her up.
And he'll
Let's get you some rest too.
he'll take his time in a sense getting up and clutching his side where the gore mark is.
Yeah.
And you on.
Slinger and Isaac, as you guys come back out, and you see Nizana leading Ethan Claw. Liliana's being carried by Eleanor. Ethan Claw appears to be clutching his side.
Head over.
Do what?
No, I said I head over.
Oh, okay. As you approach, you oh yeah. You see Ethan Claw tattered and like his clothes are kind of teared up. He's not wearing his regular mithril chain shirt that he had been wearing. He doesn't look too scorched, as in like he was drenched in a shitload of fire, but you see burn marks, bruises, and he appears to be clutching what looks to be a gore mark about, I'd say, I don't know, gun 4 inches in diameter.
Yeah, it's about 4 inches.
In diameter, that's probably 70-80% healed. Like it's just starting to get rid of the scab portion of it, but it's still very fresh and painful.
Where did you go? What happened?
Liliana's gauntlet. She completed it. Much will be explained. I hate to say it, but I need some rest. All is well, Slinger. We got something that, let's just say we got something from some friends. And he'll take you by the shoulder, just like put a hand on your shoulder and continue forward. Not so much like he's like putting his weight on you, but like as much as you can be, you're kind of helping him not fall the fuck.
Slinger will support him.
That's the best you can. But yeah, he's not like using you for straight support, but just as a confident kind of, all right, let's keep going. It's better than fucking outside. It's snowing like a motherfucker out there.
I look to the wound.
You've seen the gore marks from like minotaurs and stuff. This seems like it's not as ragged. It seems like it was very cleanly pierced.
He looks, but says nothing, and just kind of helps him along.
Do I see that? Do I see him looking gun?
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry. She didn't get hit with anything that bad.
She's okay, though.
Yeah. I mean, she almost drowned to death, but she didn't get hit with anything that bad.
Drowned to death?
It was interesting.
Well, as long as she's okay.
We got some good does the name Phylactra ring a bell with you, Slinger? He says kind of with labored breath at the end. Or labored breathing.
Phylactra?
Primordials. One of the great primordials, one of the good great primordials.
That ring a bell?
You can give me a history check.
History check.
Nope.
Singer just shakes his head. I don't think so.
Let's just say it's somebody we don't want to piss off, and it's somebody we definitely want on our side. Part of Liliana's gauntlet was to see if she was worthy of being one to help present change to the world. And let's just say the intellect that I saw come out of her, I don't think this Shepherd of Fire has a fucking chance. Granted, primordial help doesn't hurt, but and I kind of chuckle and then like, ow, 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 ow.
Now Singer will just continue to support him and wherever we're headed to.
Yeah, they kind of lead you guys to separate chambers. Eleanor lays Liliana in bed.
Sorry. I was just gonna say before Ethan split off from Slingers, he's gonna like, I haven't been able to look on the other side. He's gonna turn and like on the side where he's got the girl point, he's like, did it go through?
Did it go all the way through?
No.
Okay.
I'll just look up at him and go, oh, yeah, it did. That looks really bad.
Great. You guys love
you need to rest.
And he's gonna go over to wherever he's motioned to go.
Okay. So they show you to a chamber, and much of these chambers beds have been brought in for you to rest in. Each of you goes to your chambers and lay in the beds, and you sleep like you've not slept for a week. Literally, not slept for a week. Eventually, there are soft knocks on the door, waking each of you.
I read my book like I haven't read it for a week.
Go to the bathroom like you haven't for a week.
Yeah.
Yeah, Isaac, your bladder's about to bust.
Yeah, naturally.
As you guys exit the chambers, the main hall has changed slightly. Yeah, she is, Tori. There amongst where the trials took place is a long table with several chairs placed around it, and along the table is a smorgasbord of food. Fruits, meats, breads, cheeses, gleaming goblets of wine. Leading, the dais is empty. Nandu and Primo are sitting at the head and tail of the table, and before the dais stands 3 items: a gleaming set of plate mail, a mithril-headed hammer, and a small box.
DM.
Mm-hmm.
Gunther's gonna run excitedly up the table and begin to grab at food, but before he does, he'll notice that Namu and Primo are there. Then he'll get very civilized all of a sudden and begin to gently grab the food onto a plate.
Nandu kind of once again hides a chuckle behind her hand. Primo, he just gutturally laughs. Just they all do that.
This is the next day, right?
Yeah.
Okay. How far away from Liliana's room was my room?
Well, almost next door.
If try to wake up, I'd go check on her if she's not awake yet.
Did we get a long rest?
You did.
Okay.
Sweet.
Yes, sweet.
Take the exhaustion off. Woo.
Uh-huh. Some.
Yeah, some. Is it one per long rest?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit!
So when you come in, I'm assuming I'm probably able to get
Well, I'm
dressed
gonna
out of
knock
what I was
first.
put in.
Yeah.
Ethan will knock first and open the door like 2 inches. Liliana, are you awake?
I'm here, Ethan Claw.
Are you decent?
Yes, she's probably just finished putting on probably a dress that Nazana provided her.
Yeah.
He'll come in. Would you like me to help you walk in?
She gives you a grateful smile. Yes, please. And she is still unsteady.
And he'll just do the whole, like, he's not going to pick you up, but he's going to.
You're too tall. She can't reach that high. She's 5'9".
Well, actually, going up to you to go do that, he's going to be like, sorry. And he's going to, like, groom and bride pick her up.
Right.
You can carry her. Physically, you can carry her.
Yeah, I think I
Doesn't
got
weigh
it.
that much.
But yeah, I'll pick you up. You're like, it's good. It's not cold anymore. And he'll proceed to wherever all the hubbub is.
Yeah, she'll allow it. She's exhausted.
But yeah,
Still.
Ethan Claw is with what you see. Ethan Claw is he literally just has a little bit of his cloak on, and he's not wet anymore, but he's shirtless still.
You might want to at least put a shirt on as she kind of pokes your chest.
Ow! It's bruises.
Your shoulder. That's what she could reach.
It's bruised too.
She just shakes her head.
See, he just no. I'm gonna continue on. It's like you saw what that chain shirt did for me. Nothing.
Well, I really don't think, considering where we're at, you're gonna be attacked. And if so, somebody is extremely foolish.
He'll continue walking forward and say to her, "You never can be too prepared." Ethan in the back of his mind is like, "I hope I don't upset my Shula." And walk into wherever this
Do we
is.
see them enter it?
Mm-hmm.
I wave to them. Ethan Claw, Liliana, feast, food, hungry? It's been quite a week since we've eaten.
Yes. It'll take
Wait, a
Liliana over
week?
to a bench and probably just plop her. I'll say plop. Sit you down by Slinger.
Okay.
What do you mean it's been a week since you've eaten?
I
It's been
mean,
a
we
week.
were attending to Gunther's trials, so
Wait.
we haven't really had the chance to eat or anything. That
Wait.
We
means,
saw you last night.
It's been a week, and wait, why did he carry you? Where did you go? They should
Looking
carry you
at
to
her?
your portal.
As you
Looking
guys,
at her,
as you guys
she's
are
exhausted.
looking at Liliana, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Sure.
Ethan Cole does not need to give one, right?
No.
Okay. Yeah, Ethan Cole knows what's going on.
Yeah, you're well aware of it.
Yeah,
I'm
you,
too busy.
You know.
I'm too busy.
Slinger,
Oh,
you can
that's
give me
right, I
one as
was
well.
Gain
there for
clarity.
Because she's sitting next to you, so you can give me one as well, Slinger, please.
Perception check.
Yes, sir, please. All right, Isaac, you're fucking loading up your plate.
Mhm.
Gunther and Slinger, you notice the dress that she's wearing that Nizana was gracious to give to her. You notice that is short sleeved, and there's something different about Liliana. On her forearms, from the wrist to the elbow, that you can see are tribal printed tattoos of varying colors.
What are the tattoos?
She looks at you and looks down. Oh. They were signs of success.
What did you do?
Liliana, yeah. I'm assuming you had it with you, but he'll place your bag.
Yeah, she would have probably in the process of picking it up.
Yeah, putting it down on there for you.
I believe we have, and she will reach into the bag and she will pull out 4 rods.
And you guys, as you put the rods on the table, you notice that Nandu and Primo kind of peek over and are showing great interest in us.
And she, after placing the rods, she will actually pull the sleeves of the dress up to show them the rest.
Yeah, the tattoos continue all the way to her shoulders.
Okay, look like you kind of look like one of the storm mages.
Well, each one is an element.
And you said success. Does that mean were you tested?
She nods, and looking at her, she is the parts on her arms that you can see. She's got bruises, cut marks all up and down her arms, and she seems absolutely exhausted still.
Oh, burns. Don't forget burns.
Okay, she's already got the burns. There is some new small like blisters and singes on her skin in different places.
Early on, she become resistant to fire at this rate.
She chuckles at you and just shakes her head.
I should have been there. Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't have a choice.
I had my own trials, but sorry I wasn't there. You
okay,
offered to help me.
I helped keep her safe.
Okay. I'll kind of look at you now and be like, why are you... Cousin, put on something. You're in front of Nandu and Primo.
I tried to tell him that.
It hurts too much to put my arms over my head to put a shirt on.
Ethan Claw, come on. I take off my shirt and I give it to him.
It's staying with you, Isaac.
Isaac, no. I'll like
right.
grab him, pull the shit down. No.
Fine.
I'll look at you, Primo, but like, my apologies. I'll return and put a shirt on.
He's trying to stifle a chuckle. It's not the first Dragonborn I've seen half-nude.
I mean,
He's got a bowling gun.
I'll be back momentarily. And he'll look at Gunther like, cousin, I apologize that I've embarrassed you with superior muscle, and walk out of the room.
Gunther will just look like...
I'll return like a minute or two later with a fucking shirt on, a gun. Is it sleeveless or half sleeves?
Sleeveless.
I think the question is, what is it now?
You've ripped all the sleeves off your shirt.
Yep.
Shirts.
Yep.
Hey Gunther, Gunn, I should say. During Gunther's trial, did we see that first scenario with the family, the 2 choices?
You did.
We did see that. Okay.
You did see that. You saw everything.
Okay.
Well then.
And Gunther, you need not apologize. To be fair, we really didn't have a choice. And if Ethan Claw hadn't have tried to stop Purity from taking me through, I would have done this alone.
I'm glad he was there. And I'm glad you succeeded. You seem different. I was taught many things. Now I hope I'm better for it.
I can hope the same for myself.
I was... And he'll kind of look at him like, I wasn't given any tattoos. Should I have been given tattoos?
Probably. I believe it's complimentary that you get tattoos from trials.
She looks down at her arms. They came from the primordials.
If you want tattoos, Gunther, here. I minor illusion tattoos on him.
I don't... No, it's...
But just a butterfly.
It's fine.
It's not that. I just... And from the
Marcus says
primordials... You mean the good ones, the bad ones?
the good ones, there is. This shepherd has been busy with Shanika. He has. With.
Fool's gold.
I don't understand
Ruby.
how, but he killed the other three.
Wait, the other three, good or bad ones?
The bad ones.
I'll
That
kind of look
makes
really.
sense.
Yes,
I'll
well-
look. I'll look confused. Why
It's
would he
only
kill his
Shanika.
allies?
I don't know.
Because
Liliana, you
Power.
do remember that Electra mentioning that to absorb their power.
Oh, and she kind of brings a hand up to
power
her
is
to her
corrupting
head
them.
for their powers to possess them all.
Wait, so he killed them to be more powerful?
Yeah.
Took their powers.
Then I'll kind of look and be like, I'll kind of look up and I'll look towards Prima and I'll be like, I'm sorry to ask this, but how strong was one primordial?
The legend states that one alone changed the face of Elril.
And I'll kind of look down and be, so if he consumed 3, what does that make him?
I don't know.
Could he?
Well-
Primo kind of is kind of a thought and looks at Nandu, and she says something. And those that speak Draconic, you hear the term "World Eater."
It doesn't matter what makes him. He's going to be stopped.
I'll look and like,
There's still a task left. As she places her hand over the 4 rods on the table. This needs to be assembled.
According to Electra,
what is that?
these symbols in the proper order will provide us a tool, a power, something that can be used to
DM,
help.
with what Liliana went through,
Mm-hmm.
taking a stab in the dark, would she
Mhm.
be able to kind of probably figure out what this is?
Possibly, but you actually Primo beat you to the punch. He kind of clears his throat, and you see his eyes glow, start blue, and he goes, "Well, legends do hold true." Are you familiar with the term "Spear of Conflux"?
I am, my lord.
Too much.
What you hold before you are the 4 pieces of it.
Gunther will get up and be like, no, that was sealed away in the tower on the bridge.
It wasn't sealed in the tower. A way to the plains was.
But it was sealed away. The mage said, how is it here?
We
They
retrieved
were sealed away.
And Primo kind of holds his hand up to Gunther. You're not, because if the primordials granted your friends this item, then there is great need indeed, and don't consider it a curse.
I'll kind of look and be like, no, but that weapon, so much power, everything we've read, everything we've seen, that much power. What if we lose it? What if it falls into their hands?
We don't. We
don't.
won't.
Well,
That will not be allowed.
Nadu kind of speaks up. If Electra was worried about that, I don't think that she'd allow your friend to actually gain access to this. She's obviously passed their tests, so she does seem worthy, much as you have.
I'll nod at that and go,
She looks at you, Gunther. Getting these was not And she kind of takes a little bit of a shaky breath. Not easy.
Ethan will kind of pipe up like, yeah, we kind of had to take one or two stabs at it, just as much as each of the trials took one or two stabs at us. And he'll kind of
I was kind of like, I understand. Then, Liliana, if you are charged with carrying those, then I will swear an oath to you now. I will protect you until my dying breath. You are my friend, and I do this, but you must promise me that no matter what cost it costs, no matter if you have to sacrifice us, you will not let the enemy have those.
Well,
I don't believe I'm to be the one to wield this.
Nandu kind of stands up and she's kind of standing over your shoulders looking at it. Well, it can't be used in 4 parts.
No.
Electra spoke of assembling it in the correct order.
Unfortunately, I have no knowledge of that.
I'll kind of look and be like, we need the sphere.
Well,
I've
maybe I can enlighten you on that. Whoever wields this once it's assembled, and the holder of the sphere itself, should they mean to use it in ill-gotten ways, they have no power against the wielder of the spear. The spear defends itself.
And Gunther, do you remember the prophecy?
A child of oak and a child of chaos will come together and open the way to the orb of conflux.
No. The child of oak holds the key to nature's crossway. And the child of chaos, as she looks at Isaac, is the wielder of the sphere.
I'll look and be like, oh.
Isaac's looking at the pieces. Could I make some type of check to remember what it looked like, which parts go where?
Relevance.
Sure.
You from the images that you did see of it, you did get a very good glance of it because it was you moving.
Of course.
But for those that don't know, I will describe these to you. These are rods that are about 2 foot long, each one gleaming gold, and on each one depicts a scene. On one is an earth elemental with a half of a humanoid body that in between its hands. One is a water elemental with water leaving it and entering a humanoid body. One is a fire elemental with gouting flames touching the body, and one is, you surmise, an air elemental with swirling gusts of wind approaching the body.
What would I need to? Well, I'm assuming actually it would be history to remember the history of the primordials.
Mm-hmm.
Would I need to? I'm assuming roll a history check to see if I can remember
Yep.
a particular order here.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, can I pull out my book of lore to assist with this?
You can
I will.
roll yours at advantage,
'Cause
Isaac.
I have a book of lore.
Oh, roll it again.
Okay.
No, Isaac roll.
Oh,
Isaac
Isaac
can roll it. Can roll,
Sure.
but at advantage.
I have a book of lore.
Slinger, if
This
you
is
would
the
like to
beginning.
roll, you may roll at advantage as well.
No. Look, it's not in normal language, and I haven't used my spell, so I got it in Elvish. I don't speak Elvish.
Very good. Liliana and Slinger. Slinger, the book that you read about the treatise on stones actually talks about the spear. And it kind of glances over the history. Liliana, you actually, after your trials and stuff, you've been thinking about it through the day and night and stuff on your way back. It both strikes you. You remember the story that the primordials created all humanoids. They created elves, halflings, gnomes, right? And the Dragonborn were born of Baishula and Ilis. The humanoids that were created, uh, Serena created the bodies. Electra used her water as a blood for the bodies. Uh, Tahana added air as a breath into the lungs, and finally Kumali sealed the bodies, bringing them whole.
So remembering that, Liliana's going to, because I'm assuming from with that check she'd be able to remember the exact passage she read about this
Mm-hmm.
when she was younger. She picks up the first piece and starts to speak. They molded the bodies of their new creations from the earth, and she picks up the one with the earth elemental with the half-formed body
Mm-hmm.
and sets it first. Added fluid of life, picks up the water, sets it next to that one.
Or how are you setting them? Are you setting side by side, or are you setting ending?
She will set them end to end as she places them.
Okay. As you bring the earth and the water together, you feel the power in it thrumming in your hands, and it almost glows as they touch, and it seals. Now you have a 4 foot rod.
They added the fluid of life and air as she picks up the one of the air elemental breathing over the body and places it at the end of the water.
Okay. Once again, that thrum, it um, sets into place, sealed with it glows with magic, and then stops. It is now 6 foot long, a 6 foot long staff.
And sealed them as she picks up the one depicting the fire elemental and sealed them in fire as the might dragon guardians fought as she places the fire at the end of air.
Once again, the same occurs. It is now 8 foot, and you hold it out, Isaac. You feel a pulse, but almost you feel it beat in your chest as Liliana
And
kind
she
of holds
will-
it out.
She will turn and present it to Isaac.
I'm not exactly very much capable with a spear or any two-handed weapons. I'm not exactly the strong type.
And she's literally just holding it out, palms up, resting in her hands to you.
He slowly raises the hand and just barely touches the shaft of the spear with his fingers.
Like electricity running through your arm, it shoots up, and you feel the power of this. Almost
Right.
like it's beckoning you to take it.
By the gods, what is this thing? He will take it hesitantly, almost staring intrinsically at it.
As your hand closes over it and you turn it to kind of look at it, it starts to shift. It shrinks until it is just a little taller, just about shoulder height. As your hand grips at it, and you feel the it's vibrating your muscles. You hear a click, and a broad head emits from the tip of the staff. A silver and gold razor edged spearhead.
Oh, don't wish to feel that.
I kind of look.
Very
I
intriguing.
look at Mason and be like, Can you change it back to be really long?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I need a special word or if I need to. I can try. I focus on making it long.
It doesn't. It maintains its shape.
I believe it fits itself to its wielder. As Liliana's going to slowly sink back down to the bench.
No, that would make sense.
Primo's sitting there at the head of the table, kind of stroking his chin. Curious.
Yes, I thought
What
the same.
is
And he
curious?
stands up and he's stroking his chin and he's looking at Isaac. This might hurt. And he motions with his hands, and a bolt of
what?
a bolt of lightning leaves his hands. You instinctively cower, bring in the spear in front of you, and it
Yeah.
reflects, striking off into a fucking corner. And Primo
I'd like to state that
claps in glee.
I'm not paying for that.
No, that's worth it. That is the spear of conflux.
What do you?
Oh,
Did I read what this thing did in the book?
You read it. It didn't give real details, but it will protect its wielder against magics.
Protect this wielder against magics. Okay.
ooh.
It is also a weapon that was created by the dwarven god to basically be a weapon to, should Shanika or the evil primordials come back, end them.
Magic, as in, I cast fireball at him and it helped protect him.
It has
It
a
just
I mean, it just redirected that clearly.
it has a redirecting effect to it.
You know, at that rate, he's sitting a little like angled above me, right? Like the
Yeah.
one who casts lightning bolt.
Yeah.
All right. I looked at Ethan Claw. Ethan Claw. As much as you'd probably like to test that theory, I have a feeling it would just shoot right back at you.
Oh
So
no,
probably do.
I'm resistant to fire.
If,
I am
no,
too.
let's
let's
not-
not.
I think we've done enough testing.
Um,
And he looks at Isaac. Bear in mind, though, that you must be aware that it's coming and react as well. So when you reacted to defend to shield yourself, the staff interceded on your behalf.
and I'll kind of look at Isaac. Be careful of when you show it. The enemies are looking for it.
True, but it's gonna be kind of hard not to show it. And he kind of like shows that it's like shoulder length.
but do they
I'll,
truly know what it looks like?
I can't really fit it in my bag.
Because we didn't.
Does it
I'll
look
look-
like extravagant, or does it just look like a spear? Or its staff.
It's a golden spear.
It's cool. Okay, that's pretty extravagant.
Yeah.
I'll look. I'll look and be. You know,
Pretty extra.
we don't know what they really know, Liliana. Isaac's family knew much about it. They might know much about it, but we could easily hide it. DM,
Mhm.
I'm looking. Primo, I'm sorry to ask this, but do you have any thick tapestry? Maybe a banner I could use to wrap the spear.
Be kind of unwieldy if we did that.
Well, it would hide it.
Isaac, can you change its appearance?
I mean, I can cast minor illusion. You know what?
As you're thinking
I don't have
on how to do it,
content.
Isaac, what is your
Yeah.
idea to make it look like?
I kind of would like to make it. I kind of want to make it look. I want the staff, like the shaft, to be almost like rock-like, and I would like the blade to be almost primitive stone-like.
As you're thinking about how the best accomplish
I
that,
like a caveman.
those that are around see it actually shift, and as he describes it, is
I don't think I have.
it looks like a
to, I
primitive.
suppose. Isaac isn't looking at the spear either.
Yeah, it appears to be a primitive spear.
Well, I think
How did
that
you do that?
solves our problem.
Do what?
Isaac,
Look at the spear.
Oh. I mean, you're good. You're good, Gunther. I thought I might have a spell for this, but you did that in what had to be 3 seconds.
I
that
didn't
was
do that.
you. It had to have been you.
Well, I was thinking about. It looks nice. What is that? Sedimentary? Granite?
Definitely not. Yes.
Primo kind of just shrugs. But
Oh.
Nandu kind of approaches, and there's one other thing about the spear that you should be aware of. And she's had like kind of elbow length gloves on, and she takes one off and reaches her hand to the tip of the spear and thrusts it down. Not even a mark on her hand. Doesn't go through. It just a blunt impression. It doesn't wield very
So
well
it's-
against flesh.
But what about an elemental?
Gotcha.
But, and she kind of walks over and opens a small chest and pulls out it's a diamond that's like this big and thrusts it down on it, and it just shatters.
I could have used that for. Right. Gotcha. Understood.
I'm kind of Isaac. That'd be perfect against the Shepherd of Fire. His elementals.
Yes. Yes.
Actually,
Fire
speaking of,
is not necessarily, but yes.
No,
you said it had been a week. What did you mean by that?
I look to be like.
It's been a week. A
They
week
said
has
it's
passed.
been. They said it's been a week.
That's
And-
Pretty sure that's why they gave us that to.
There's a scared look kind of enters Liliana's eyes. On the way back, it was a snow-covered field. There was fighting. What if Gashak and Unif?
I'll look and be like, Albuquerque put a snowstorm, gave them time to retreat. I told them to retreat. What do you mean fighting?
It was just a glimpse. We were, I guess, going through the portal back, and I caught a glimpse of a snow-covered field with fighting. I could
Lily.
make out no banners.
Lily. Was it snowing? Was it
Yes.
snow covered or snowing?
Was it snowing as well,
I
no
believe he's
DM, or was it
Was it-
just snow covered?
snow covered.
It was just snow covered. It wasn't actively snowing.
Then we may still have a chance. It was snowing when before we left. If it's snow covered, then that means the fight may begin once the snow is calmed. The snow would still be on the ground, well, at least not around the fire. But
I'll be
It
like,
was only on the ground. There was no snow in the air.
then I was.
and that must
Maybe.
mean soon.
Has it really
Oh,
been
look.
a week?
It has. That's how long the snowstorm would last. I'll kind
Time
of get up
moves
like,
different on the plains. That's right.
we need to get back. I told them to retreat. If they're fighting, no, they're gonna get overwhelmed. I'll look and be like,
Need,
I want to. I
need
want
5
to
seconds,
talk to you.
Gunther.
What?
I need 5 seconds to do something.
What?
No, it's fine. Isaac's gonna like go off on his own, and I'm gonna message you, DM.
Okay.
I look towards them. I'm sorry. I want to talk to you more, get more wisdom, but I can't. I need my things.
You have plenty of time. And Nando goes, your things are before you.
Kind of look around, and be like, my things weren't food. I mean, I
Gunther.
mean, I mean, I like the food.
And just
Gunther.
look down.
The armor.
What are? I'll kind of look and be like, that's not my armor.
It is
I
now.
think it is now.
But the hammer.
It is now.
I kind of, I'll kind of get up and be like, is that new or is that?
Gunther,
Albacore's been sitting there steadily eating grapes and cheese.
Gunther, you may not have received tattoos, but I believe this is your sign.
And he kind of dusts his hands off and he goes, and he kind of beckons.
I'll kind of follow as I look him over and just,
This was your armor. Our guest, our Lord and Lady has made some improvements.
and I'll like kind of look at the, I'll kind of look at it and be like, I hope Sela doesn't get mad.
As
I
you
hope
look,
she doesn't get mad.
as you look at it, there is swirls of gold and silver over the breastplate. Let this armor, and the voice of Nandu breaks through. Let this armor protect you from fire.
I don't know what to say. I'll kind of look on the inside. Is that stamp still there?
Mm-hmm.
I'll look like it's. I'll kind of like lift it. How does it feel?
It feels a little lighter.
It's much lighter,
but no less sturdy. And then Primo goes and does a gift from my lady. Should you feel the need for additional protection, and he goes, my love. He just kind of shrugs. He casts a bolt of fire, leaps from his hand, and you see a sheen of ice cover the breastplate, reflecting and burst off into shards.
That is really cool.
I look at it and I'll look. What, cousin?
I think you're resistant to fire.
I think so too. Thank you. I don't know. Let me just, and I'm gonna. It's all the dents are gone. Scratches.
It should protect you very well, very well. And Alvacor kind of helps you don it, buckles you in. It fits very, very well. Where some of the buckles had chafed before from just kind of solid not being able to fit you completely, it wears very well.
And I'll kind of test it and be like, it's perfect. And I'll look towards it. Is that Sela's hammer?
No, this is a creation of my own. This I present to you is Trimmer. And
Trimmer.
he hefts it. This is a maul that he's hefting in one hand. And he kind of looks where Isaac's and then turns the other way. And there's a golden shield on the wall. You might want to move Gunther.
No, I'll move.
And he wheels back and slings this thing. And it flies just as good as a hand axe and hits the shield ringing. And he says, and you hear Draconic, you hear back, and it flies back to his hand.
I kind of look. Oh, do that again, or can I do it?
And he hands it to you.
Okay, I'll kind of like swing it twice, get the balance right, and then with two hands, because I probably use two hands.
Yeah, you can use two hands.
I will fling it.
Okay. It for a maul, you'd think it was really heavy, but this is almost a mithril color, and it flies and it rings off the shield,
and I'll stay back in Draconic,
and it flies back to your hand. Now,
I'll
and Alcor holds his hand up. There's one other thing.
I'll hand it to him,
and there's a kind of a stone pedestal, and he sets that head down on it, and with both hands, in Draconic he says "quake," and the maul starts kind of vibrating, and it just shakes apart the stone.
I'll kind of look and be like, "Is it? That is amazing. Does it? Wait, can I do that when I hit somebody in the head with it?"
Unfortunately, no. It's more of a deterrent of when you need to kind of thin the ranks a little bit.
Make them off kilter.
I get it. Thank you.
Pretty well, it treated me well.
Wait, this is your weapon?
Hmm. That's the thing about us Guardians. We take a we watch, and as our new prospects come that we've guided, we pass a piece of us to them.
I kind of look at it and be like, I will wield it with pride and honor.
And Nanda goes, like, we apologize. This sword that you brought, Vault Keeper Nizana has secured it. That was a wholly evil weapon. It's never to see the light of day again.
I'll kind of look at her and be, I understand, but no, that was a gift from a friend.
And that gift would have eventually consumed you and led you away from us.
He'll nod and go, I'll look towards it. I'll look towards, and he didn't know that.
No, and that's the thing about weapons of that ilk. They make you comfortable with them. They blind those that aren't able to truly see it, and they eventually seep in like a disease.
Thank you.
So we will keep it and safeguarding, hopefully out of World Anvil, never to be used and misused ever again. Now, but Alvacor goes, oh, we have one other thing. And he gets the box. And as he opens it, Isaac, you feel your journal pulse, and you feel the staff pulse.
Kind of brings me out what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, someone has a gem.
What? I kind of look towards Isaac, then look towards the box again.
Inlaid in the box is the same emerald that Alvacor was carrying on the same platinum chain. The blood of Electra.
I'll kind of lift it up and go, it has the power to cause a snowstorm.
It has power over water and water-based elements. However, there is
Nice.
a downside to it. You will become more susceptible to lightning.
And kind of look at it and go,
Wait, do all of them have something like that?
And Nandu kind of looks at you. You're a druid, aren't you?
I am, my lord.
Lady, but...
I didn't realize he was talking at the
Yeah.
moment. I thought it was still the still Primo. Gosh.
Then you
in character, yes, my lady.
Then you understand that for everything in nature there has to be a balance. For every pro there's a con. These were designed as such. They balance each other out.
I'm pretty sure that's enough for her to put 2 and 2 together, actually. As she looks down at her arm where she was burned.
She kind of raises an eyebrow knowingly at you.
I'll kind of look at it now and I'll give it a thank you, but I think we're all in agreement here that you should seal it in the vault.
It's not even 4th of July, you fucking morons.
Primo goes,
people out there doing fireworks.
if the enemy has their counterparts who will need these.
I kind of look and go, it hasn't helped them before.
No, but only one may wield the staff or the spear, and he kind of gesturesize it. So the four of you with 4 stones. Think about none of the enemy will quake in your presence.
We only have out of here 3, right?
Liliana's gonna look to Gunther. I think we may need to go to the tower. As she reaches up and touches the crystal that she still has.
I'll kind of look too and be like, yes, if they're, well, you're much wiser than me. And if you say that it would be better for us to have it, then I believe you.
No pun intended, but fight
Finish
fire
what
with
I'm
fire.
She looks at you and says, maybe not using the bone. Or at least not using it and getting too close. As she holds up her
No.
hand, I now know why it
Wait,
seemed
but
to.
they don't have all 4.
We left
Well,
2
no.
at the tower. I believe we left 2 at the tower, right? Or did we
Yeah.
leave 3?
You left 2.
Okay.
Yes, but no, that means Lily that they don't have all 4 of their stones.
That
If I remember correctly, they could use them in any
But-
combination.
But the thing is, if he has defeated the other 3, then if it's anything like the stone he just gave you, Gunther, there's already a duplicate, isn't there? And I look towards Primo.
You are not incorrect.
wait, they're making more of these?
It doesn't matter how many we hide; they can just make more.
No, they're not making more. There was 4
No,
from
I'm not sure they can make more of them anymore if they.
Electra's was blessed with 4. Nika blessed as well.
How many does the book mention that I've been reading?
8.
True, but there's
Okay.
duplicates. If you've duplicated yours, you wear one around your neck, and you just gave him one of the
Actually,
exact same.
he's not wearing one around his neck anymore.
Oh,
It's the same one.
Oh, I
the
thought
one
you-
that
I
he
thought you
was
said-
Same
wearing.
one. Yeah.
oh, okay.
It's the very same
Okay,
one.
okay.
Yeah.
But they don't have all 4. We have the bone of Darina.
We have the bone and the breath.
The breath is not a bad one.
No.
And by the
and
way,
neither is the
I
bone.
take the breath off and I give it to Ethan Claw. Ethan, if there's 5 of us and I need to wield the spear, I give you the breath. Trust me, it's useful. You ever heard of a spell called suggestion?
I'll kind of, as my eyes lock onto that, I'll be like, that's the stone that made me attack Roland.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
You know what's real fun to do to somebody, Ethan Claw, when you suggest something?
what's that?
You see, people tend to wear armor. Well, suggestion can take that off.
I could also get cabbage wine for free.
Do not
Then-
use
Bigger
this
things.
Maybe
power, my
maybe
friend.
wait for that
Gunther, you
until
see,
after.
you see Primo roll his eyes at that. Much like every other weapon,
maybe-
It has its
I think I should keep the breath.
it can be
now that you
either
say
used for
that.
good or ill, depending on the wielder.
He'll use it for good, Primo. I'll make sure
I
of
think
it.
I should
Thank
keep
you.
it now that you mentioned that.
It was a joke. I'll pay for it. If I ever find my coin on my person, I'm gonna look at my coin purse. Do I still have 18 gold on me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm like,
And DM,
Yeah.
I'll hold it up for new record.
what's the stone called that I have?
The Phyllectra, the blood of Phyllectra.
What about
Blood.
breath?
Yours is the breath of Tahana.
I'll get the name of Phyllectra from you. I'll put like a
Yeah.
PHY.
I'll give you the full write up after a while.
Yeah. I'll
So then-
Which one did the shepherd have?
As far as you're aware, when Isaac got close to him, it was the blood of, or the The flames of Kamali.
Names of Kamali.
And what did I read that does?
It has control over all fire aspects.
Control. Okay, which is why you have the fire elemental and the Afridi. I'm guessing.
Yeah, and the books hasn't really talked about their disadvantages.
Okay.
I've done what I need to. I've done my piece. Got a new spear. I think I'm ready to go. We've got a battle to win.
I'll put the chain around my neck with the new armor, my new weapon, and I'll DM. By the way,
Mm-hmm.
when I test this weapon, could I actually one-hand it
You can.
and actually
No.
fight effectively with it?
You can. Now,
I'll kinda
it
look-
will do less damage than building two-handed,
Yeah.
much like a longsword, but it's basically it has a versatility like a longsword.
Okay. I'll look at it and be like, kind of swing it twice, and I'll be like, I need a shield.
Well, Albacore kind of looks at the golden one on the wall. Well, I mean, you did damage that.
I'll look at the. I'll look at the. Primo, no offense meant. Is that ceremonial or is that actually battle ready?
Everything here is battle.
I'll look at it. Is it like a kite shield or a great shield or what is
It's
it?
a kite shield.
I'll kind of step up and look at it and take it off the wall. How is it? Is it really, really, really heavy, or is it kind of normal weight for a shield?
It's normal weight for a shield. Where it was kind of gold embossed on the front of it, you can see the steel on the back.
Okay, I'll kind of look and be like, thank you. I think I now know what I can use his armor for, and where Sela was home. And I'll grab the shield, put it on my little back, and I will look at the rest of the party and be like,
makes you feel better, Gunther. I go into my hands. I kind of like I clasp my hands together, and I kind of a little bit of light shines under my hand. I hold out a small trinket that opens up with prestidigitation to show Gunther and Sela and the kids. Maybe this will help you.
What?
It only lasts a short amount of time.
he kind of really excitedly runs up and grabs it, looks, and goes like, "How they look so lifelike! It's like they're actually there."
Yes,
Did
I know. Right?
you seal them inside?
No, not at all. It's just a
No.
spell. It'll
And,
dissipate soon.
You both feel kind of hands on your shoulders, and Nandu goes, "Maybe I can help." And she kind of leans forward and breathes on it over the image. And Gunther, you feel it actually kind of gain weight to it.
I'll thank you.
Okay, maybe it'll take longer than a minute to vanish.
It's quite permanent, I assure you.
I'll
And it's almost like a snow globe. It actually takes almost a form of a snow globe. You see little Rowena with her whacking with her wooden sword. It's in like full motion, so
I'll laugh. You know, oh, she's even hitting things in snow globes. Thank you. And I'm kind of with the new golden shield and the hammer and my armor. I'll look towards this party and be like, I think we should go.
Before we leave, though, I think there's someone here that might give us some more, or might be able to give us some more information. Is Nazana in the room?
yeah, Nazana is sitting next to Sordran and Alanon. Sordran has been kind of chit-chatting with Slinger a little bit.
Nazana,
Hmm?
what can you tell me of this shepherd? You seem to have known him fairly well.
Well, You say you met this shepherd?
We did.
I mean, I have suspicions on who it might be, but can you describe at least what you saw?
She'll describe him up on the horse in the armor that he was wearing, because you said none of his face was seen.
Yeah.
So she describes the type of armor. She also describes the ruby that was around his neck, as well as and the horse that he was on. It seemed odd. It wasn't natural. And
as you say it, she turns her head towards
actually,
Al-Anon, and you see a kind of a crestfallen look over her face.
there was I don't know why, but there was someone next to him just standing there that was dressed exactly the same.
And she speaks to Al-Anon in a language that you're unfamiliar with. And he kind of just shrugs and raises an eyebrow.
And her head comes up. Actually, no. Would she be able to put two and two together from what she's seen Al-Anon do?
You can give me intelligence. Yeah, you're able to kind of.
Actually, it was not. It didn't seem like another soldier. It seemed like exactly the same person, like what you showed the night that we met you. And she points to Al-Anon.
And he just kind of looks at you, and that her face just seems to fall. Then it is as I fear. It's Alvarez.
Who is he?
An old friend and acquaintance.
So someone you knew fairly well?
She looks at Al-Anon again. You could say that.
Was he known to let an enemy walk away?
Not without reason.
We were injured.
He knows we can get the stones, I assume.
We were injured and exhausted, and he let us leave. Why?
As I just said, I'm pretty sure he knew we could get the stones, the rest of them, or something else.
But how would he know that?
Either
we had
that,
any
or
connection?
he's toying with us.
How would he know that we had any connection to the stones?
He's led by Terramorphous. Terramorphous used me to find out what we have.
That's not maybe so much it. Alvarez is a brilliant commander. If he lets you walk away, there's a reason for it. Maybe because I think you nailed it about him toying with you.
It's either that or he wants the stone, but toying is obvious.
I'll kind of.
If he was pressed to immediately finish you, then it means you were considered a threat.
Well, there's second time's always a charm.
I have fear, and she looks at you, Isaac, with the spear. I feel a fear for him that he's going to get a little surprise.
I don't think he's an elemental. But then again, I have these, and I pat my backpack where the rocks are.
You said that, Isaac, you said that Shanika was using you to get information.
Yeah.
Liliana will look at Nizana. Was this man always this way?
No. Alvarez was a very kind-hearted man. Doting in a way. He was always concerned about my safety. It wasn't until he found that cursed stone that it started to change him.
He was your protector?
He was.
Wait. Gun's gonna think for a moment, and then look to the
son, and then to her be like, were you involved?
Your trials must have opened your eyes, Rixith Gunther. No, yes, at one point, closeness of protector and protectee feelings became. And at one point, I felt that I did love
Are
him.
you fine with us killing him? Isaac says
Isaac!
bluntly.
I'll kind of look towards and be like, so that's why you ask us to help.
And a sad look goes across her face. If he must die, then he must die. But I feel there's a part of Alvarez that can be redeemed.
Let me ask you this then, Nazana. If he can be saved, if it is Shanika controlling him, would you want us to try?
If at all possible, yes. But don't throw needless life away trying. If it means the loss of your lands and your people, then El is better off without him.
Then I
I'll
will make
kind of-
this promise to you now, Nazana. If there's a chance that he can be saved and freed from this, then I will try.
I'll greatly appreciate that.
I'll look towards Liliana and say, I will give you that chance. What this trial has taught me,
As will I.
that everyone needs a second chance. Maybe Alvarez was corrupted, like Isaac's father, like Delilah. If we remove the stone, he might become good again, like they did. Let us try. I will give you
Possibly.
the chance.
If Shanika is controlling him and this is not him, he should be given the chance. But if, and she looks at Nazana, if it turns out to be any other way, then I apologize now. But I will try.
I would really appreciate it.
Let us tarry no longer. We've a battle to see. Hopefully they have retreated, but if not, we must try and stop them.
And she kind of shakes her head a little bit, and she kind of smirks at you, Gunther. Well, hopefully, my little present has arrived.
Present.
It's considered a congratulatory gift.
I kind of look around and be like, I don't know. Where is it?
Patience, Gunther, patience.
Okay.
Um,
And but I
I-
need my, wait, my backpack. I'm going to leave and go find my backpack full of my other stuff.
Yeah.
How far are we from where, and she kind of, I guess the camp was?
Well,
Very.
do you want the technical definition or do you want reality?
Are those not one and the same?
In a sense, no.
Well, then let me ask this, and maybe that will answer it in both ways. Is there a way that we can get there quickly?
Just a hop, skip, and a jump.
Do we have to actually jump?
And then maybe,
Only if it serves your purpose.
well, I guess one of the questions should be,
Hmm.
is should we retrieve the other two stones? As she taps the crystal around her neck.
The less stones they have in their possession, the
I'll
less
look
we have
at-
to deal with.
I can go retrieve the stones, and they. Hold on, I know I've got his name here.
from Zolan.
All cracks.
Ultrax, yeah.
Yeah,
I
all cracks.
believe
Yeah.
he should be able to, if he was able to do it once, he should be able to send me to a certain location. I can go retrieve the stones. And hopefully he'll be willing to teleport me back to the camp.
Why do we need the stones now? We need the sphere.
We have it.
No. I'll look. We have the spear, but not the sphere. Remember the one from the temple, the one the stones actually go into,
The actual orb.
the actual orb.
That's right.
We need that piece. Bring in the stones and help us now.
If
Then
we
we'll
don't
see
have
this
it and they do
battle.
defeat us, they won't have the stones they need anyways.
Then we'll see to this battle and decide about the
theory.
stones after.
Yes. We have this, and I'll kind of bring out the stone from my neck. Makes the control of water, which should, I hope, take away the flames. And my armor, I kind of hit it twice. Now has ice protecting it. Those elementals will, I hopefully can stop.
Liliana takes a deep breath and says, and let's just say that through, and she looks down at her right arm, through my trials, let's just say it doesn't scare me anymore. At least not as much. And she puts her right hand into a fist.
I know at that and go, well then, cousin, Slinger, Isaac, Liliana, I think it's time for us to return to Unif and hopefully save them.
It's what we do.
Dishonor. How do we get there?
I'm improvised. He stuffs some more cheese in his mouth. I believe I can end this is the fit.
Kind of tap.
We'll have to go out to the courtyard though.
I'll nod at that and go and begin following as I grab my backpack. And as you know, as they're kind of walking forward, I would kind of stop for a second and hope that I'm noticing. And then I'm going to open my backpack and pour in the entire tray of biscuits if possible, then continue on.
Primo just dies laughing.
Liliana would see it because she's actually still moving fairly slow.
Please take what you need.
Kind of walk behind Gunther. Am I able to grab one as he's pouring?
Yeah, they're not really even flinching that you guys are taking food.
Take an apple.
Biscuits are really good.
They
Apple
are
and
really good,
banana.
cousin. Yeah, you've been putting on weight. I'm kind of like,
Okay. Albacore just kind of got his arms crossed, just shaking his head.
Yeah. To
Fucking
that
dragon
gaining
ball.
on weight or putting weight comment. Claw.
Oh.
Yeah, I've kind of found that the sturdier you are, the more blows it lands off you. Plus, I can't really wear the shirt. He'll pull it out of his backpack briefly, and you'll see him fucking gaping hole from the. It's like it's pretty much useless.
Sela can help you repair it. Sela has also to help me make a shield. I've seen them.
We'll see.
Hold on. And Albacore collapses it. Let's go. Time's
Yeah.
Liliana is
I'll
moving
follow.
as quickly as she can, which is not very fast.
Isaac's following.
Yeah. Slinger. As the others proceed out the door on Albacore Hills, you feel a feminine hand on your shoulder.
I'll turn.
Nandu's standing there, and she kneels to your height, and I understand that you have a plight. I understand that you're watched, and you're guarded, and hopefully this reminds you of that. And she hands you a single coin.
I'll look to her and take it.
Okay.
Who?
As you kind of look at the coin, on one side is the head of Bachula, on the other is a symbol of Ilis. You're needed in this world just as much as the rest. Never forget that.
Singer looks at the coin and I'm watched. How? Why?
Hmm. The gods seem to hold interest in you for some reason.
Because I don't follow any.
Maybe it's just to see where your path leads. But understand that they are there.
I don't doubt that. I just, well, I guess I just don't have the faith yet.
Yeah. Eventually it comes. At all. But I trust that in your heart you'll know which way to go when the time comes.
He nods but doesn't say anything,
Yeah.
and just kind of looks down at the coin.
Just a reminder that we're out there. And she softly reaches down and kisses Slinger on the forehead.
Thank you.
Up with a god.
The 1,000-year-old dragon.
Picking up with the dragon.
He's not a bard.
Yeah. It's almost like a chaste motherly
Doesn't need to
kiss.
be. She hit on him.
A what gun?
Almost
Doesn't need to be. She hit
almost
on
a
him.
chaste motherly
Motherly?
kiss. Yeah. Boy. Okay. As you guys make yourself, God damn it, Gunther. Make your way up to the courtyard. He takes the knife again, and as you guys gather, all right, gather around.
I don't have a choice. I'm being carried.
Yeah.
At DM, I'll draw the shield in the mall, and I'll be like prepared because we're probably gonna be jumping right into the middle of a battlefield, so he's kind of prepared.
Yeah. And
Put my rocks on my side.
you're sure of your destination before I do this.
I'll kind of nod and be like,
Preferably not right in the middle of the battle.
I'll do the best I can. And he starts cutting a doorway.
That's all I can ask, my friend.
All right.
This is
Off you go.
Albacore, right?
Mm-hmm.
Before Ethan Claw can take her through the portal, she reaches out to hug him because she knows who he was
Yeah.
before.
And he kind of shoos everybody through. Gunther being the last. He grabs you by the arm. Gunther, this will be the last you see me until it's time.
I'll look at him and be, and I hope for that day. Albuquerque, Lou the Hammer. Be well.
When you see me next, make sure that your fares are in order. Because you will come home then.
I'll nod.
Good
I'll
luck.
take a gulp and I'll leap through.
Yeah.
You do
Oh.
not like portals?
One other thing, Gunther.
Yeah.
And he pulls you around and he decks you in the face. Let that be the last strike that you ever take without response. And
Ow.
pushes you through the portal.
Son of a-
Please tell me that's what he said because of what he said to Liliana in the tavern.
Yeah, and I'll go
Maybe.
like spinning through as he threw it through. I'm like, you son of a. When I get up there, I'm going to hit you back.
Okay, you guys once again feel that same feeling, that hook behind the belly button as you're traveling and you're speeding through, and all of a sudden you're in open air in cold wind, and you hit the ground, rolling through drifts of snow. There is sounds of battle everywhere. As you get up and kind of dust yourselves off, it looks like forces of Fairbeer and the Jotun Slinger. You see shadow hunters flitting in and out amongst the cultists, and they're taking a heavy toll on them. It looks like the Shepherd's forces are on their heels. They're being pushed back. Gunther, you notice a familiar sight as horsemen race across, charging in a wedge formation straight into the center. Cut the banners that fly are of the Lord Commander.
I'll kind of raise my new maul and say, "They're here, my legion." Ha!
You really doubt
Oh,
fucking Gunther?
However, something is strange about what's leading the charge. It's not the Lord Commander. It's not Ryan. There's an Isto in leather armor leading this on horseback, firing a fucking bow left, right, and center.
out of character, Varys.
Yep.
In character.
You didn't know his name?
Yeah, I'll
Okay, we don't know his name.
Yeah.
Out of
I'll,
character, we know his name.
I'll kind of bring up the shield and I'll go, "We should get it. Now's our chance. With his forces devastated, we can get him alone and give Liliana the chance she needs to help him."
It's gonna take all of us to get that stone away from him. If that's the true source of what's controlling him.
I'll kind of swing them all a couple times. Say, "We have some new tricks. Cousin, you've got more weight. You can help me. We will restrain him."
Kind of have, putting Liliana down and slinging. You'll see him sling a great axe on his shoulder that's got a couple notches in